Hey there, folks. We'll get started in about 5 minutes. Can y'all let me know if my audio levels sound okay? Just if my voice sounds normal, no background noise, microphone quality good? Okay. Peachy keen, thanks. Howdy, folks. How we doing today? Hope everybody had a good day. I see folks are popping in here, so we're going to give them another couple minutes. Homefly, Notari, yeah. Notari, the VODs will be recorded. It's being recorded right now automatically, and you should be able to see the VODs on my Twitch channel, including the last stream that we did on Twitch as well. And I have also fixed the chat, so it should thanks Rascal. The chat will still show up on screen, but it'll time out pretty quickly, so it shouldn't cover the parts of the screen where we're actually doing the work. So hopefully we won't have any parts of the screen that are obscured by the chat pop-ups. Okay, good to see everybody. Let me just reposition my windows here a little bit. Got sort of limited screen real estate. Okay, see if I missed any questions from anybody before we get started. Yep, okay, good. So today we are going to be taking a look at the JS Way and Eloquent JavaScript homework that was due yesterday. So there were quite a few questions actually in the JS Way chapters. I believe it was chapters 1 through 5. So there were quite a few questions in there. And also there were multiple questions within the Eloquent JavaScript homework as well. So there was quite a bit of work to do. And so I'm looking forward to reviewing those questions with you. And also this topic was voted on in a Twitter poll by quite a few folks. And the choices were between reviewing the JS Way and Eloquent JavaScript homework and building a Wordle clone. And actually, the end result of that Twitter poll, it turned out that the difference in votes was like, it was almost 50-50. It was like 2 votes difference between doing Wordle versus doing this JS Way homework. So what we're going to do is, we're going to honor the winner and do the JS Way, the JavaScript homework tonight. And then on Sunday, for our Sunday stream, we are going to be building a clone of the popular word game Wordle, which if you haven't heard of it, it's a pretty fun little game where you have a certain number of guesses to guess a word with 5 letters. And it's pretty addicting, actually. So, and it'll be a lot of fun to build. And we have the skills to build it. So we're going to do that together on Sunday. Alrighty. Well, before we jump into it, last call for starting questions. Obviously, as I'm talking, you're welcome to ask questions in the chat. I can see the chat, so I'll be, keeping an eye on that as we go, and watching out for questions. And I will also be asking questions of the group, so you can reply in chat, and I'll see that as well. Sorry, which assignment is this for? Okay, so this is the assignment that was due, Leon assigned that was due yesterday. So this is JS Way chapters 1 through 5, as well as the Eloquent JavaScript chapters 1 through 3. Basically, it's the exercises at the end of the Eloquent JavaScript chapters. So we're going to do JS Way chapters 1 through 5 and Eloquent JavaScript chapters 1 through 3. Yep. Can you post the link for tonight of the homework? Yeah, if somebody could grab that for me off the Discord. And all these links they're also, thanks Rascal. Yep. There's Eloquent JavaScript. Yeah. And, oh, you got it. Okay, good. Good deal. Okay, awesome. All right, let's go ahead and dive into it. Oh, thanks, Mimi. Okay, so I hope you all can see my screen. Should be displaying a CodePen window. And tonight I'm just going to do these exercises straight in CodePen. So that way at the end of this, I can just post the link to my file and y'all can, so that way I don't have to, there's no transferring of any of the code to CodePen. We're just going to do it in CodePen. Oh, thanks. Yep. And somebody else posted the link to the JS Way as well. So yeah, we're just going to straight at CodePen, and then I'll share the link to the CodePen once I'm done. And yeah, so let's get into it. And also, as just a disclaimer, all these solutions, they're my own solutions. They're my own interpretations of the problems. And in some cases, I have been a little extra or gone perhaps in a slightly different direction than what the question specifically asked for, but I did something that I felt made sense to me. It returns the correct result. It may use a slightly different method than you would use. So none of these answers should be considered the one and only answer or the correct answer, right? There's always more than one way to do this stuff. You made your own OS to run the code. No, intelligence. I did not make my own OS to run the code. I can't do that sort of thing. I don't even run Linux. So yeah, I'm perfectly happy with using the tried and true stuff. All right. Let's take a look at, let's get started. We'll take a look at chapter 1 in the JS Way manuscript. And the first few questions here, they're going to be just sort of like warm up almost. I don't expect us to really struggle with these. I think there's a kind of a really cool difficulty curve starting with JS Way and then going up to Eloquent JavaScript, because I feel like Eloquent JavaScript, the questions are a lot more abstract and they don't really hold your hand nearly as much. So there's a really cool difficulty curve here. So we'll start out easy and we'll get a little bit more involved as we go. Alrighty. So the first question is write a program that displays your name and your age. Okay, so in this case, it's not really asking us to provide the user with a prompt or anything. So in this case, we could really just say console.log and put your name and your age. And, in a console log, we can really put whatever we want. So I'm not bothering with variables or anything here, just putting my name and my age. And so also too, I see that, this is doing that stupid automatic update thing. I had that turned off at one point. 1 second, let me just change the setting. So you can change the setting behavior to not auto update, and because when you're working directly in the console in CodePen, you don't really want it to auto update because it's going to give you some results while you're still trying to type things. So you might get unexpected results. So I'm going to turn off the auto update preview, and we're going to use run to actually run our code. And that is my real age, not hiding anything here. So yeah, so now once we turn off that auto preview thing, we can just click run and it'll, it takes a second, but then it'll return what's in the console there. And also too, if you are wanting to do this sort of thing in the console, you can click in a brand new CodePen, you can click down in the bottom left corner to make the console appear. So just FYI, if you want to work directly in CodePen. All right, so next question is minimalistic calculator. So write a program that displays the results of adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing 6 by 3. Okay, so we already know, and it's been covered at length in class, that all of the standard operators, all the standard mathematical operators really work just as expected against numbers in JavaScript. So that's really cool. And we can also do calculations directly within a console log. I know, Leon kind of frowns upon it a little bit because it can affect readability. But in the case where we're only just writing these very short little statements, I would say it's perfectly acceptable to just say console log. And then it says we want to add. So we're just going to do 6 plus 3. And then we can put multiple expressions in a console log by putting commas in between them. So we're going to say 6 plus 3, 6 minus 3, comma, 6 times 3, and 6 divided by 3. Okay, so I'm going to comment out my first one, and we're going to run this one. Yep, and you can see the result there. What we get is, despite the fact that we just kind of just put these expressions in here. We didn't declare any variables or anything like that. Despite the fact that that's all we did, we get the results back just as expected from our console log. Can I make the font a little bigger? Yes, I can. I was wondering about that. Let me make sure I'm clicking the right place here. All right. Let's see. Is that better? Is that okay? A little more. Okay. That's about as big as I can go on the screen and still have everything available for me to click on. Okay. Good, good. All right, excellent. Okay, so next question. I'm going kind of fast through these first ones just because I feel like we've kind of covered this stuff at length in class and that sort of thing. But if you have questions at any point in here, feel free to ask. It doesn't really start to pick up until we get into, chapter 2 and 3, I suppose. So this next one I'm going to kind of put to you guys. Console table, yeah. Yep, yeah, we can get into some fancier logging options. Adoran, you said, yep, console.table, 6 + 3, 6 - 3. Yeah, let's do that one. I'm literally gonna go to your chat message and I'm gonna just see if I can just copy that bad boy. And we'll just plonk that in. We'll just see what that does. I mean, there's no harm in it, right? We like to try things. If you've never been to one of my streams before, we really like to just throw stuff at the wall and see what sticks. We're making spaghetti. All right, let's run it. Yep, so we essentially get, I was going to say, so in this case, does it have to be, so it's essentially just putting the array brackets around, right? Whoops. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's do that. Ba-doop. Yeah, very nice. So what that gives us is a nicely formatted little array output. And it gives us our commas, so it's a little bit easier to read. So yeah, very nice. So Robusto, yeah, so this will be a VOD. So you'll be able to, if you go to my Twitch channel, you'll be able to see it there, right on the homepage of my Twitch channel, and you'll also be able to see last week's stream as well. And Rascal has posted a link there. Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, good question. Yep. So I've got them as VODs, and before, right now, since I'm not an affiliate and I'm not a partner, my VODs only stay up for 2 weeks. So I'm going to try to grab that first stream and put it on YouTube and add it as an unlisted video on YouTube, and add it to the same threads where my other videos have gone in the past, my YouTube videos. So they'll be in threads at the top of House Hamilton and Women in Tech as well. So just pin threads there. Yeah. So yeah, because I don't want this stuff to disappear. Because again, I don't have that status yet where my VODs stick around. So they'll be deleted after 2 weeks otherwise. So I'll pull it down and load it to YouTube. Okay, just taking a quick hydrate there. All right. Next thing. So values prediction. Observe the following program and try to predict the values it displays. Okay, so I'm not going to do this one. I'm going to put this one to you. So console log 4 + 5. What do we get back from that? Nine. Yeah, I'm seeing 9. Correct. Yes. Yep. So, and that is because console log 4 + 5 is going to be 9 because we have 2 numbers here. And so like we did before, it's simply performing the mathematical operation against those 2 numbers and then logging the result. So we log that and we get 9. Oh, I got to comment. I always forget to comment out my previous question. I do that all the time. That's going to be like an alert or like a channel points thing at some point once I get channel points. So 9 is the result. You guys are correct. Okay. So next one, actually, no, I'm going to leave this. What do we get from this next one? It's quote 4 plus 5 end quote. What do we get? Okay, getting a couple different answers there. Okay, so I'm seeing 45 or 4 plus 5. I'm seeing, okay, 4. Any other guesses? Oh, 4 plus 5, okay. Yeah, okay, so let's look at this and see what it's going to do. So this whole thing, I'm going to uncomment this so it's a little easier to look at. So this whole statement here is within a string. So the string starts here before the 4 and ends after the 5. So JavaScript is going to treat everything inside those quotes as something that it should print. So in this case, if we run it, we're going to get 4 plus 5 within a string. It just prints the entire string. And clear the console so it's a little easier here. Yeah, so yep. Most folks got it. Good job. All right, so last one, console log. This one looks very similar. 4 in quotes, plus sign, 5 in quotes. What do we think we're going to get here? Oh, that's quick. Yeah. I'm seeing a lot of 45s. Yes. All right, let's run them. We're running all 3 now so we can see the result. Yeah, so that last one is going to be 45 because what is it doing there? It's taking the string 4 and the string 5. And so when JavaScript sees 2 strings next to each other with a plus sign between them, instead of adding them together, it puts the strings next to each other in what we call concatenation. And I love saying that word, so I say it whenever I have the opportunity. Concatenation is when you basically just join 2 strings together to make 1 string. So, fun word. All right. It is a cool word. Yes, nom nom, that's right. That's why I take the opportunity to say cool words when I can. Okay. So, any questions there before we move on to chapter 2? Okay. Good deal. All right, so in chapter 2, we started getting into, slightly asking for slightly more complicated things. It's not too bad. But now we start to get into some user interaction, getting into prompts, performing some more complex operations and then determining the results. So let's look at our first question here. So improved hello. Write a program that asks the user for his first name and his last name, or her, or they. The program then displays them in 1 sentence. Okay, so it's asking for 2 separate inputs, which we then need to put together to form 1 single output. Okay, so when I see the word asks, what that tells me is when we're working in the console like this, it's just asking us to create a prompt. And in this case, you could probably have them, just put in their first and last name in 1 single prompt. But the way I read this, it sounded like it wanted 2 separate prompts, 1 for the first name and 1 for the last name. Not saying that's the right way, just saying that's how I read it. And that gives us more practice anyway. So let's declare a variable called first name or fname. Let fname equal prompt what is your first name. And so we can set a variable directly equal to a prompt, and what that does is once that prompt runs and receives input from the user, it then assigns that input directly to the variable. So then we're going to create another one for last name. Let lname prompt your last name. Oops, yeah, okay, good. All right, so once we get those two inputs, we have F name and L name, we then want to output those to the console and display them in one single sentence. So, hey Blah, how's it going? Good to see you. We're just going over the JS Way homework here. We're still on chapter 2, so we're still in some pretty deep review, but I'm excited once we get to the eloquent JavaScript stuff and start getting real wild. So, should those be camel cased? F name, L name? You can. In this case, it's not, these aren't really like two words next to each other. So, like if I was doing like first, oops, I can't spell. First, then I would absolutely do that camel case. But if it's just like this, I wouldn't. But again, it's, you know, it's up to you what looks best to you. So what we're going to do is then we're going to console log this output. And we know that there are several different ways that we can basically put two strings in a sentence. So we can use the older notation, which allows us to, you know, essentially just put two quote marks and say the user's name is, and then we can use that concatenation and add our variables directly into the string that way. So in this case, I'm going to say first name and L name. So in that case, we would get the user's name is F name, L name. Make sure I commented on my other stuff out here. And we're going to run this. So I'm going to say Claire and B, last name. Yeah, but here we can see what happened there is that even though I concatenated these and I put spaces in my concatenation, those spaces didn't translate to the output. And so visually what we put in here, what you see is not what you get. And so that's why the newer notation is a little bit better, in my opinion, for giving you WYSIWYG, or what you see is what you get. So instead of having to think about, oh, I need a space here at the end, and then I need to put an additional concatenation and do a space here and then concatenate again, like that would give us the proper amount of spaces. Oops, I spelled my own name wrong, but hey, whatever. Yeah, so you can see the spaces are there. But I find it's easier to use the newer notation where we instead use tick marks to surround our variables and use this funky $ bracket notation, F name. And when we do this, any spaces that we enter will be directly transferred to the output. And remember, the tick key is to the left of the 1 key on your keyboard, so up in the upper left corner of your keyboard. So I'm sure this is review, but for the folks that are among us that might be new, this is a notation you may not be familiar with that allows you to basically translate input directly to output for what you see is what you get. Yeah, so there we go. So the spaces I put in directly translate to the output. Okay, so moving on to the next one. Final values. Okay, so this one was kind of fun. It's a pretty wild little program. And it says, observe the following program and try to predict the final values of its variables. Okay, so we're given 3 variables, A, B, well, sorry, more than 3 actually. So we're given A and B right off the bat. And then we're given C, D, E, F, and G, which are the result of operations performed on A and B. Okay, so we're not going to execute this right away. We're going to try to think through it and think about what the result of each variable is going to be. So we're going to make our predictions down here. Okay, so let a equals 2. Okay, straightforward there. So a is 2 when we start. Now, what is the result of this operation here? A minus sign equals 1. What's that going to do? Yes. See a guess for 1? Oh yeah, this one made me dizzy. Yeah. It takes a little bit of thinking through. So we're going to use comments along the way to keep track of what our variable values are. Yes. Yep, and compulsive sleeper there explained what's happening there. So subtract from A and reassign A's value. Yep, so this is just shorthand that says, hey, take A, subtract 1, and reassign that value back to A. So in this case now, at this point, A is going to be 1. So I'm just going to comment this, A equals 1 at this point. And then the next operation is A plus plus. So now, after we do that, what's the value of A now? We should know this from our knowledge of loops. So what's A at this point? Oh, okay. I see a 3. I see a bunch of 2s. Yep. Yep. 2. 2, 2, 2. Yes. Yeah, so A is going to be 2. When we say A plus plus, it's essentially just increment A by 1. And so in this case, since A was 1 previously, A is now back up to 2. Yep. Okay, so A is 2. We're going to keep that in mind. Now we switch to start doing operations against B. Okay, so B starts out as 8. And oh, there's a difference between A plus plus and plus plus A, right? Yes, there is a difference. I can't think of what it is at the moment. It has something to do with like when the operation is performed. But I can't think of that off the top of my head. So if anybody else knows, feel free to plunk that straight in the chat there. Comrade Guerrero says, I thought A plus plus would return the previous value. Nope. It's if you're familiar with loops at all, Comrade, in loops, each time, basically in every single loop, you must have some kind of like an iterator to iterate the I or whatever you're using, the counter, to iterate the counter up by 1. And in each of those loops, we always use A plus plus to say, hey, just count up by 1. Yeah, so A plus plus is just another shorthand to say like, hey, just add 1 to whatever value we have, just add 1 and reassign it. Yeah, Rascal says, yep, A plus plus evaluates the value of A, then increments, while plus plus A increments, then evaluates the value. Okay, yeah, I knew there was something to do with the order of operations there, of what order the operation was taking place, but I couldn't remember for sure. Okay, so B equals 8, and now we have a B plus equal 2. Okay, so we did this earlier with A, except we did a minus. But what is B plus equal to going to equal? So B is going to be what? Yeah, 10. Yep. I think there was a question here that I missed. Let me scroll up a little bit. So if we console log at line 40, would it be 1 or 2? Well, let's do it. That's fine. We can do that. We'll just comment out this console log here so it doesn't reveal the answer. Don't want to do that. All right, console log, and then we're just going to console log A. That should do. I don't see any other console logs here, and I commented everything else out. So let's go ahead and console log this bad boy. Yeah, so it's going to be 2 as expected, because in this case we've performed the increment already at this point. So we console log the value, and it's going to be 2 because it started out as 1. So on this line it was 1. We did the increment, it switched to 2, and then we log that value, and the value logged is, as expected, 2. Yeah, and comrade, you said, so what you found is that when you prefix plus I, it increments and returns the new incremented value, whereas having it I increments but returns the old value. That's interesting. Okay, I think it depends on maybe when you're performing the console log. Console log the A++ and then try ++A. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Yeah, so let's put the console log directly on the line. Console log A++. Okay, we'll do this one first. Yep. Nope, you're right. Yep. So it's logging what A was and then performing the increment. So let's put the ++ before. And in most cases, we're not going to be doing output directly on the increment, but I think it is important to know the difference between the two of these. So I'm glad we're doing this. And so then, yep, because the increment was prior to the item that we are console logging, then in this time it shows us 2. Yep. Good to know. Yep. Yes, there it is. Yep, good to know the difference between those two. Because, yeah, most of the times, we're doing these sort of increments, we're doing them inside loops. And so, we're not logging the increment, it's the incremented value itself. We're using it as a counter. But in this case, since we're logging the incremented value itself, the difference here is very clear. So, yeah, I'm glad we did that. It's good to see. Okay, so I'm going to put this back just for the purposes of this exercise. And again, in this case, whichever order we do this particular action in is not going to matter too much because we're not performing an action directly on this line. We're performing action against the A variable later on. And so at that point, it's going to be 2 either way. So previously, A was getting value from line 38. Nope, A was getting value from line 39. Well, so the variable A was initially declared on line 38, let A equals 2. And then we performed an additional operation here on line 39 where we brought it down by 1. And then on this line in the program, it's incrementing it up again by 1. And so A is now back to equaling 2. When the console log was showing 2, we were logging the result of this increment. So if I console log after the action has been performed, after that increment has been done, no matter where you put the plus sign, the answer is going to be 2. So if we just do it here after on this different line, your answer is going to be 2, no matter what. Yeah, there you go. Yep, you got it. Awesome. No problem. Yeah, I don't mind stopping and reviewing this stuff. It's always good to, to just figure out why something is working the way it is, because it'll help you track through programs as you're reading other people's code. And in this case, I didn't write this. This is the code that's in the problem. So we got to be able to read through it and understand what it's doing and what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Okay, so let's look at B now. So we have our quote unquote final value of A. So let's look at B. So we did that. B equals 8. Then we performed this operation on B plus equals 2, which y'all were right. It essentially took the value of B, added 2 to it, and then reassigned it to B. So B is now 10. Okay, so now we got some additional variables here that rely on the previous values that we calculated. Okay, and so let's perform this first operation. So this is also required. This is not just about like knowing what JavaScript is going to do. It also requires us to know the order of operations that mathematical operations are performed in. So in the general sense, higher order operations are performed first, like exponents, division, multiplication, and then addition and subtraction are performed last. So in this case, we take we're taking A plus B times B. So with A equal to 2 and B equal to 10, does anybody have any guesses on what the result is going to be? Got some guesses coming in there. Yep. I see a couple guesses for 102. Yep. Yeah. Yep, you are right. The answer is going to be 102. And that's because the higher order operation of multiplication is going to be performed first. So in this case, with B being equal to 10, we're going to have 10 times 10, which is 100. And then after that, we do the addition of A, which is 2. So 10 times 10, 100 plus 2 is 102. You are correct. So C equals 102. Oh, didn't see line 43. Yeah, that's why, tracking along with these programs, you gotta make sure that you're in here. I'll put an extra space here, that might help. You got to make sure that you're capturing all the lines, and I'm sure that's why this was written the way it was. So you do the order of operations even without the parentheses. Yes, that's right. Yep, order of operations still applies. And we could put parentheses around this. There's no harm in that. I do that sometimes, even if I know they're not needed, just because it helps me keep in my head what's going to happen. But yeah, even without the parentheses, this would still work as intended. Yeah, so next one is D, and this is going to be A times B plus B. Okay, so any guesses there? Got a couple guesses coming in. 30. And 30. Yep. Yeah, y'all are right. The answer is going to be 30, and that's because we're doing A times B. So, sorry, 1 second. My dog is barking. Ben. Apologies. Yeah, I know maths. I know, Mimi. I know. I'm not a math person either. But that's the thing about computer programming, is it does involve a certain degree of math. The computer can do a lot of math for us, but sometimes we gotta tell the computer what math it's supposed to be doing. Yeah. So Doggo knew we were doing math. That is correct. He knew we were doing math and he did not like it. All right. Okay. So yes, but 30 is the correct answer, and that's because we're doing A times B. So 2 times 10 plus 10, which is 30. So 30. Okay. And the next one, E. Snacks is better than math. Correct. I wholeheartedly agree with you. All right. So next one is E. And this one is a little different. We've got some parentheses involved here. So this will be kind of interesting. See what answers we come up with. So, okay, 40. I'm seeing 40, 40, 40. Yes. Yep. And 40 is the correct answer. And why is that? Because, okay, we got a guess for 20 there, but 40 is actually correct. And why? Let's see why that is. Oh, that's okay. I know this is hard, and this is deliberately written to be kind of hard to parse through, to really make you think about it and think about why it's happening. So we've got parentheses here. So what this is saying is that the operation inside the parentheses is going to be performed, and then essentially the operation outside the parentheses is going to be performed. So when something is inside a parentheses, that's telling the JavaScript to, hey, execute this, execute these items together. Do whatever needs to be done against these items as a group. So forget what's outside. Do what's what's supposed to be done against these items as a group. So PEMDAS, yeah. Yep, that thing you learned in elementary school. Yeah. And then you kind of forget about it as you get into like, higher math and that sort of thing. But here it is coming around the pike. All right. So, yep. So we're going to take B plus B, which is 20. And we're going to multiply that by A, which is 2. So we get 40. All right. This one's going to be interesting. Yeah. So A times B divided by A. Oof. What do we get from this one? Yeah. Yep. Y'all got it real fast that time. Yeah. So what's interesting about this one is that the multiplication and the division essentially cancel each other out, right? So if you think about fractions, the numerator here is gonna essentially cancel out the denominator. So all we're left with is B, which is 10. Yes. Exactly right. Again, elementary school coming in clutch. All right. Last one, and then we get to be done with math for a little bit, I think. So G, B divided by A times A. Hey, Difficker, how's it going? Glad somebody's excited about math. Yep. Yeah. Y'all are quick on the button this time. Yeah. So essentially, this is just the reverse of what we did before, right? So, and then this time, again, the numerator cancels out the denominator on the B minus A. So, yep, again, we should expect to get 10. Okay, so let's check our results, okay? I'm going to clear the console first so we don't get confused. Let's see what we get. All right, were we right? So A is 2, B is 10, C is 102, D is 30, E is 40, F is 50, F is 10, and G is 10. Yay, go us. Good job, y'all. Y'all got it right. Great work. Whew. That was a rough one. Oh no, the next one is more math. But this time there's no, we don't have to do any of the guesswork on our side. We are telling the computer what to calculate without us having to do the actual calculation. So maybe that'll be slightly easier. The computer does the math now. You're right, Coconut. Yes. We are the captain now. Okay. So VAT calculation. Write a program that asks the user for a raw price. After that, it calculates the corresponding final price using a VAT rate of 20.6%. Now, for us Americans, VAT is simply value added tax. It's literally just asking us to calculate tax. A lot of other countries call it VAT. So not too bad there. For those of you that maybe haven't done a tax calculation before, what you do is you take the base value, the base price, and you multiply it by 1 point whatever the percentage is. So if you just take the base price and you multiply it by say it's like 20%, if you just take the base price and you multiply it by 0.2, you're going to get a smaller value than what you started with, right? Well, that's not correct. So the tax calculation is the base price times 1 point whatever. So I think we should be able to manage to do that. So let's set up a prompt where the user can enter the price. GST in Canadian. Yeah. Yep. Everybody calls it a little something different, I think. It seems like most European countries, I think, call it VAT, but I might be, talking out of my, whatever there. All right. So let's see. Let's set price equal to, again, we're setting a variable directly equal to a prompt to just automatically assign it to whatever the user inputs. So we're going to say, India GST. Okay, I'm learning stuff. Awesome. All right, so we're going to set a prompt. We're going to say enter the price. And again, we're not doing any sort of like input validation here. We're just assuming that the user is going to enter a valid number. We're not doing any sort of checks. We could, but we're not going to in this case. And so we could console log the result directly like we have been doing before, but let's add one little slight layer of complexity to this, and we're going to declare a second variable to say result, and we're going to say let result equal price times so if my VAT rate is 20.6, what am I going to multiply the price by to get the correct result? What's my multiplication value going to be? Price times what? $1.206. Yeah, because if you convert a percentage to numeric notation, it's going to be 0.206, and since we need to end up with a value that's greater than what we started with, we're going to say 1.206. Okay, so that should give us now a larger value than what we started with. Yeah, so silent SPY, you're technically correct. Yes, that's what the percentage converts to directly. But again, we want to end up with a value greater than what we started with. So we're going to multiply by 1.206 to give us the price plus the tax, essentially. And then we're just going to go ahead and console log the result. And clear this and run it. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there we go. All right. So enter the price. So I'm gonna set a price of 10 just so we can clearly see what it's doing. Intelligence. You're right. We're basically adding 0.206 to 1. Yeah. So I forgot to comment out the other thing, but yeah. And so it's giving us a lovely little decimal there, but it is, it's giving us the expected result of taking 10 and adding essentially 2.06 to it. If we were to round that off to cents, it would be 12.06. Yep. So that's what we expected. Yeah, Florence. Yep. And that's, so essentially what this is doing is this is essentially shorthand for performing this operation, 1 plus 0.206. And so, if we were to multiply the price by 1 and then add plus the price times 0.206, we would get the same result. So in another life, I was actually studying to be an actuary, and I had to do so many of this exact calculation. Except to do compound interest, you'd do it to exponential, so you have it be to like a power. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Thanks for the excellent explanations, guys. That really helps for folks that aren't familiar with calculating, this sort of calculation for tax and that kind of thing. Yep. So I'm going to comment out this previous stuff so it doesn't keep showing up. Yep. And so we've console logged our result for the previous thing. So that's all. Yep. Thanks, Diviker. All right. So Celsius to Fahrenheit degrees. Okay. So we've done this a couple times in class, but we're going to go ahead and do it again because, it's a fun calculation. And again, more math. Woohoo. But this time we're asking, we're writing a prompt that asks for a temperature in Celsius degrees, then displays it in Fahrenheit degrees. So the conversion between scales is given by the formula Fahrenheit equals Celsius times 9/5 plus 32. So it's nice they give us the actual formula. So that makes it moderately easy to do. So again, we're going to just assign a variable directly to a prompt. And I'm just like Leon, I can't spell Celsius, so I actually had to look at my notes to remember how to spell it, because I'm an American and we don't use the same, units as the rest of the world. So I can't spell Fahrenheit either, though, so that's not an excuse. All right, so we're going to say, what is the temp in Celsius? America, yeah, thanks, maybe. All right, and then we're just going to do the result. We're just going to console log the result directly, so we don't need to assign it to an additional variable if we don't want to. So we'll say Celsius, All right, times, and now here, I'm going to use parentheses just because I want to be very clear about what operations are happening. So I'm just going to say Celsius times 9 divided by 5 in parentheses plus 32. That makes it a lot clearer to read. And this should give us the result we expect. So I'm going to clear the console. Somebody who's better at the conversions can double check this, but I think it's going to be fine. All right, I'm going to say 32. 9.6. Is that right? I don't know. Okay. Yay, someone who knows the answer. All right, awesome. Thanks, guys. Okay, so, and if I do, okay, and here's an easy one we could test, right? Because I know that 0 in Celsius is going to be 32 in Fahrenheit. I do know that. Yeah, and so then we get, yep. Yeah, so then we get the expected result there. So if we put in 0, we get 32 as the result, obviously, because it's going to take Celsius, 0 times 9 divided by 5 plus 32 is 32. So, awesome. Pretty straightforward, huh? Not too bad. Okay, now we get to an interesting question. I really, really, really like this question. Now we're starting to do a little bit more abstract thinking. So, variable swapping. Observe the following program. And I actually deleted too much of the program here, so my apologies. I'll put it back. Add the necessary code to swap the values of variables number 1 and number 2. This exercise has several valid solutions. You may use more than 2 variables to solve it. Okay. So I'm going to put, I still have the original in my notes here. I'm going to put this back. So 1 second. So essentially all it was just declaring, all it did was just declare the initial variables. And then we have to put some stuff in here in the middle. And then at the end, the console log for number 1, instead of 5, it should show 3. And then for number 2, instead of 3, it should show 5. Okay, so yeah, and like the question says, there's several valid solutions, anywhere from, fairly straightforward to fairly complex. I'm going to show you 2 possible solutions. We'll work through 2 possible solutions, and then I'll show you where you can explore some additional solutions if you would like to do so. I'm going to, show you the 2 solutions that made sense to me and seemed practical. Okay, so we can think about our 2 variables as kind of like 2 boxes. So number 1 currently is fully occupied by the number 5, and our variable number 2 is fully occupied by the number 3. So if we want to swap these, we will need to make space in one of the boxes for the other value to go into it. So essentially what we're saying is we need an additional, if I was doing this like physically with my hands, if I had 2 boxes with like 2 dodgeballs in them, I want to pick up one of the dodgeballs so I can swap the other one into the box. So at one point I need to hold one of the balls in my hand for just a minute in order to swap to the other box. So I need to create an additional box to contain one of the values for just a minute. So what could I do in order to create an additional location to store a value for just a moment? Yeah. And again, and the question itself gives us a little hint there. It says you may use more than 2 variables to solve it. Yep. So we can just say, yep, another var. Yep, you guys are right. All right, so we're going to say I'm just going to call it a box. I mean, that's how I was thinking of it, let box. And so, but what am I going to set box equal to? Really, I could do, I could set it equal to either variable. It doesn't matter. We're just holding a value for a minute. So I'm going to say let box equal number 1. Okay, and so now box is holding 5. And so essentially we can we don't have to worry about losing what was stored in our number one variable here. So we can say, all right, now we can reassign number one to number two's value without worrying about losing track of that 5. So we can say number one equals number 2. So now if we stop here for a moment, now we're saying box is now equal to 5. Number 2 is still equal to 3. And now we've also set our number 1 variable equal to 3 as well. So if we console log this, just pause here for a second. We'll say, actually, I can just use these console logs. Let's just see what everything equals just right at this minute. I'm going to say also console log box. Because it's going to be hard to just talk about without actually seeing what's happening. So let's clear this, console log. Yeah, so at this point, number 1 and number 2 both equal 3, but we still have that 5 value stored in our box value. So what do I need to do in order to get number 2 equal to 5? What do I need to do? Yeah, box. So we're just going to set, yep, number 2. Yes, thank you. Yeah, you guys got it. Number 2 is going to be equal to box. Yeah. Okay, so now our variables should print out the way we expect. I'm going to remove this console log. Now the values, if we run this again, the values should be swapped where number 1 is equal to 3 and number 2 is equal to 5. So let's run it. Yep, that's exactly right. That's what we got. So number 1 is equal to 3 and number 2 is equal to 5. So we essentially just performed a little swap there using a third variable as essentially just a placeholder to hold that value so we didn't lose it while we tried to swap the other two values around. Does that make sense? It can be a little confusing when you're first looking at it. So feel free to ask if you're not sure what we did there. Okay, good deal. Now let's think about another way to do this. So can you re-explain that piece? Yeah. So our first two variables, number 1 and number 2, start out equaling 5 and 3, and we want to swap the variables. We can't just say number 1 is equal to number 2, because if we did that, we would lose the original value of our number 1 variable, which was 5. That 5 goes away, and they both become 3, and we lose the 5 completely. It's gone. So we need a place to store that 5 so we don't lose it while we're performing that other operation. So in this case, we say, all right, we're going to store the 5 in a separate variable called box. We're going to put it in there, put it in the box for a little bit in storage, put it in our storage box. And then once we're done performing this operation, moving that 3 value to the number 1 variable, then we can simply put the 5 back onto our number 2 variable by setting number 2 equal to the box where we stored the 5. Does that help? And you can try this yourself too and see, you can console log each step if you want. And you know, when you try this, console log each step and see where each of the variables are sitting at the time. Yeah, okay, good. Now let's look at a different way to do this, just for funsies. You don't have to do it this way. It's just, if you had a, yeah. So intelligence, that's a good explanation there as well. Yeah. You know, there's not enough space in the box for both kittens. You have to have a third box to put a kitten in while you're doing the swap. Yep. And that's much cuter than my analogy of like dodgeballs. So yeah, kittens are the best examples. Okay, so let's look at another way to do this, just for funsies. And actually, I have a reference here on another screen just to make sure I do it right. Yeah. Okay. So we've got number 1 equals 5, and number 2 equals 3. And what we're going to do here is we're going to take advantage of something called array destructuring. And so what we're going to do is we have our number 1 equals to 5, number 2 equals to 3, and we're going to say, we're just going to create a little array here, and we're going to say number 1, number 2, and then we're going to set that equal to number 2, number 1. Okay, so essentially what we're doing here is we're setting 2 arrays equal to each other, but we're reversing the values in said array. So let's just see if this worked. Let's clear this first, hang on. Now the exotic solution. Yeah, you don't have to do this. This is just something fun that I saw because I was like, you know, that original solution is several lines long. It's like 4 or 5 lines, right? And I was like, there's got to be a quicker way to do this. And so I did a little digging, and then we'll see if this works. Yeah, you see it worked. So number 1, number 2. Yeah, wild, huh? This is called array destructuring. And so essentially what we're doing is we're putting our variables into an array, and then we're essentially just reversing that array. And so on the right side of our little equation here, we're creating essentially a temporary array. So so this is equivalent to saying, oh, this is equivalent to 3, 5. So essentially we're saying just, hey, reassign these variables, number 1 to 3, number 2 to 5. Oh, hey, Ryan, how's it going? Good to see you. Would this be an oh, Dosi, yeah, thanks, Divika. Would this be an anonymous array? Well, so I'm not entirely sure if it's called anonymous. I think it's basically just a temporary array. We're just creating the temporary array, not using it for anything else, just using it to reassign the values. And so this is just a really cool little, like, you know, super fast solution, 1-line solution to swap these variables. You don't have to do this. You can do the previous, you know, tried and true solution that we talked about using a 3rd variable. That's totally fine. I just thought it was fun. So I'm going to share with you guys too in chat. I'm going to share a link to some additional ways you could do this. I'm not going to show them on stream just because I don't think they're relevant to the kind of thing that we're learning right now, but you might find them fun to try. So I'm sharing a link in chat to a web page that has several solutions. Yeah, so the link's in chat. You can take a look and for yourself later. I would suggest doing it later on because the other 2 solutions are like, what? But that might be fun to try. Yeah, so let's go ahead and move on. And I'm going to mute for like 10 seconds. I got to put one of my dogs in the other room. He's just wandering around and kind of being distracting. So 1 second. I'm going to just give me 10 seconds and talk amongst yourselves, and I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for your patience there. When you have pets, they don't really know or care when you're streaming, and they just do whatever they want. So, got to be aware of that. Yeah, Difficulty. Yeah, absolutely. The temp variable is clever. We use what we learned, right? Like it's cool that, you know, the immediate thing you think of is, oh, I just need to declare another variable, and that's exactly in line with the kind of stuff we've been learning so far. So, Yep, that's a totally valid solution and just as good as this. This is just more compact. None of these solutions are better or worse. They're just different, right? So, just thinking creatively. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. So now we're getting into a little bit more interesting questions. So this is from chapter 3. Following day, write a program that accepts a day name from the user. Okay, so we're getting a prompt and we're asking the user to submit a name of a day of the week. Then show the name of the following day. So if they put in Tuesday, we would expect our program to return Wednesday. Incorrect inputs. Now this is interesting. This is the first time you really get into any sort of input validation, okay? So incorrect inputs must be taken into account. Now we've kind of done this exact same thing before, right? We've done something that where we kind of had to control for, if the user put in Tuesday with a capital T or Tuesday with a lowercase t. We had to accept both of those and essentially kind of sanitize them so that our program could recognize them, right? So somebody, Kodak, you said array with days, then after user prompts a day, will log index of day plus 1. Yeah, so a little bit ahead of me there, but that's kind of where we're headed. So again, we're going to make use of arrays. Now, you don't have to, and I'll repeat that, you don't have to use arrays. I know we just started using arrays, but I want to show the kind of things that we can use arrays for versus in class we mostly just kind of talked about what arrays are and performing some simple operation against them. I want to kind of show you a semi-practical use for how we could use arrays to to simplify things. Yeah, intelligence, you did a switch. That is totally valid as well. And that was going to be the other thing I would suggest too, is you can do a switch statement for this to essentially say, if day Monday, then return Tuesday. If day Tuesday, then return Wednesday. If day Wednesday, blah, 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 all the way down through, right? You could absolutely do that. That's valid. That's perfectly fine. In this case, we're going to use an array, but you can even use an if statement. I mean, that's fine too. So yeah, let's go ahead and do this. So, but shifting an array sounds better. Again, not better, just different, and a way to demonstrate kind of what we just talked about in class yesterday. Okay, so we are going to, let's just start with a prompt. We know that, no matter which way we do it, we know we're going to need a prompt, right? So I'm going to say user day, and we'll say prompt. I didn't see. Declare that properly. Whoops. There we go. Prompt. And then we're going to say enter a day. Now, I want to sanitize this input. So if they put uppercase Tuesday, we're going to sanitize it to lowercase. Okay. So that's just what we're going to do. We could do it a variety of different ways, but I just want to do lowercase, right? So what do I need to say here in order to convert? If they put in capital T Tuesday, what do I need to do to get this to be lowercase t Tuesday? What do I need to use? Yeah, you guys know it. We did this before, right? We had to do this for one of Leon's assignments as well. So all we need to do is say, to lower case. And we can do this directly on the result of the prompt. We don't have to, we don't have to put it into a separate, variable first or anything like that. We're just doing it all in one line. Just boom, sanitize. Yep, y'all are right. Okay, so we've done that. Now, let's also create an array. Actually, I'm going to put the array. I'm going to put the array up here. All right, for reasons. Okay, so we're also going to declare an array that just contains all the days of the week, all in lowercase. And this is what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to fetch very quickly from this array any of the days of the week without having to do separate comparisons. It's just going to say like, hey, we can just fetch against any of the values in this array to see if what the user has entered is a valid day of the week. So we're going to say let just simply weekdays equals, and then instead of typing all this out, I am going to copy and paste from my notes. Forgive me. but it's faster. All right. Boop. So this array just contains all the days of the week in lowercase as strings. So if a user enters, say, Sunday with a capital S, it's going to be converted to lowercase. So that way we can compare it against this array and make sure it's valid. Because, it was specified in the question that we are supposed to validate against incorrect inputs and say, incorrect inputs should be, we gotta make sure that the user provides us with valid data, right? So this is going to give us something to check against. Now, how do we do that check? Okay. So essentially, thinking about this conceptually, we want to keep reprompting the user until they give us valid input. So for each input, we are going to check that input against our array, make sure it's valid, and if it's not valid, we want to prompt them again. And so there's a variety of different ways that we could do this, but I'm going to modify our statement here a little bit, and I'm going to put this statement inside of a type of loop called a do-while loop. And I'll explain how that works and why I'm using it here in just a second. So first off, I'm just going to declare user day as an empty string for starters, just so we have it. And this can be useful if for prompting. And so we've done these types of prompts before where we reprompt the user. But in this case, I'm going to use do while just because user day, because do while it has a slightly unique function in that it performs whatever operation we tell it to perform first, and then it starts doing while checks after. So, I'll write it out and then I'll show you how it works. So we're going to say do this action. So in this case, we want to always prompt the user no matter what. So do this, and then we put the while statement afterwards. So we're going to say, and for now I'm just going to say do while day is not in array. We'll get to that in a second. But so what this is doing is it's saying, all right, always prompt the user, do this first, and then start checking our while statement and keep checking it until it's true. So always prompt when the page first loads, this prompt is going to come up. We could set user day equal to anything, and it would always prompt the user no matter what. So this is useful in our case because we want the prompt to come up no matter what, and then we want to keep prompting until they give us a valid value. Raska 2, alert invalid input, refresh page to try again. Yeah, that would be one way to do it too. I mean, you could put it on the user's side to force them to keep refreshing. That's valid too if you want to put the work in their hands. I just don't know if they will. So in this case, we're going to force it. All right. So this is just kind of a useful way to essentially guarantee a prompt no matter what, and then start the while loop after that. So instead of having the while statement up here, we have do this, then while. Okay, that's just kind of a cool loop that I haven't really used very much, and I wanted to use it here, so I did. All right, so our while statement. Essentially what we want to say here is while the user day is not included in our array. Okay, so we're brand new to arrays, but there is a statement that's essentially array, whatever our array name is, array dot includes, and then value. So essentially what this is it checks our array for whatever value we put in. It says, hey, for this value, does the array include that value? Okay, and it's like, essentially just true or false. Does it include it or not? Is it in or not? So in this case, we're going to say our array name is while weekdays includes user day. Okay, so it's going to check and see if user day is included in our weekday array. Okay. But this isn't necessarily going to give us what we want, right? Because if the user puts in, let's say, Tuesday, and it hits this while statement and it says weekdays includes Tuesdays, well, that's true. So the while loop is going to continue and they'll get another prompt. We don't want them to be prompted again if their input is valid, right? We want them to be able to move on. We want the while loop to end if they give us good input. So what can we do to this particular statement to make it the opposite? Yeah, so yep, couple suggestions there. Yeah, so I'm seeing a couple of different suggestions to put a bang in front of our statement, which would essentially, what that bang does, what that exclamation point, or bang in this case, what that does is it essentially says whatever the result of this statement is, make it the opposite. So if this statement is true, then this exclamation point here will make it false. So we're just reversing that. So let's try this and see if it works, and then we can go over it again to review exactly what's happening here. Okay, so essentially what this should do is it should always prompt the user. As soon as we run this, it should prompt the user asking for a day of the week. It's going to check that day. It's going to first convert that day to lowercase if it's not already. And then it's going to check inside of our weekdays array to see if that entry exists. If the entry exists, the while loop should end. If the entry doesn't exist, the while loop should continue and the user should be prompted again. So let's try it. Okay. Enter a day. All right. So I'm going to enter, I'm going to enter Tuesday with an uppercase. I'm going to spell it right. So when I do this, theoretically, it should take that in and the while loop should end and the statement should be over. Yay. Okay. So that worked. All right, now let's enter something that's not valid. I'm going to enter Blur's Day. Okay. Oh, I get prompted again. I'm going to enter March day. Nope. And again. All right, I'm going to enter Monday lowercase. Yay, it works. Okay. So, let's go over this again. So, it's taking whatever the user enters, whatever the result of that prompt is, converting it to lowercase. And it's going to do this every single time. So taking whatever the prompt is, converting it to lowercase, and then it's checking it against our array. And if it's a valid day of the week, this statement right here is going to return true. But we're negating that statement with our bang here. So if it's a valid day of the week, the result of this entire thing is going to be false, which will end the while loop. So the while loop will only continue while whatever is in the parentheses here is true. So a valid day of the week is going to make that false, the while loop will end, and we get to move on. If it's not valid, then it won't exist in this array. The result of the inner statement is going to be false. We make it true with our little exclamation point. And so since it's true, the while loop continues and it prompts the user again. Okay? Now that's hard to think through, but I'm going to give you the code pen. So you will be able to run this statement yourself and maybe try taking the exclamation point off. See what happens there when you mess with this yourself. Or you could do it a different way too. I mean, you could essentially you could do a switch statement like somebody mentioned earlier. and, and just have a new prompt if, if the case statement never returns true, you could have it just prompt the user again. That's an option. You could have a bunch of if-else statements where the last else is a reprompt if, if the statement isn't true. Will these loop variations make more sense as the code gets more complex? I think so, yes. Right now, we have just so many options, and there's really not enough complexity in the questions to force us to use one type or another. At this point, we could be pretty much as flexible as we want because there's no penalty. There's no penalty in code length. There's no penalty in speed of execution. We don't have a user waiting on the result of a button click or anything like that. Once things get more complex, I think there are going to be considerations about how fast something runs, how it looks, how readable it is. But for now, we have the privilege and the opportunity to try different things and see what works for us. Yeah. So, don't worry if you're not quite following this. Like I say, I'll share the code pen. You can mess with it yourself, or you can write, a nested if else statement, or you could write a switch statement. I think a switch statement would work really nice here, and see what you get out of that. Okay, so any more questions on this one specifically? Oh, that's right. I didn't finish it. Thanks, intelligence. Ah, jeepers. I did the hard part and then I just signed off. All right. Yeah. Golly gee. Thanks for keeping me honest, folks. That's why you're here. All right. So let's finish it, right? So all we've done basically is we've just made sure that their input is valid. We still need to return what the question actually asks for, which is the day plus 1. So essentially, if they put in Tuesday, they should return Wednesday. Wednesday should be Thursday. Thursday should be Friday. Blah, de, blah, de, blah. Sunday should be Monday. So like somebody mentioned earlier, earlier essentially hit the nail right on the head. So in an array, we have what's called an index, which Leon talked about yesterday. And so an index is essentially the location of a particular object in an array. So in this particular array, Monday is located at index 0. Tuesday is 1. Wednesday is 2. Thursday is 3. Friday is 4. 5, and 6. And so essentially all we need to do is we need to get the index of whatever day the user put in, add 1 to that, and return whatever is at that index. So if they put in Tuesday, which is at index 1, I want to essentially get index 2 and return whatever's at index 2, which is Wednesday. So since we have this array already built, we can just do that. And so I'm just going to say let next day equals, essentially we're just going to grab whatever the index of, so we're going to say week, so from our array of weekdays, weekdays dot, what is the index of what the user put in, user day. So this is going to get the index of whatever day the user put in. So if it's Tuesday, it should get 1, and then we're going to add 1 to that index. Boop. Yeah. Now, so this won't work if they put in Sunday. So you could add a little if statement that just says, if index of user day equals 6, return 0 or something like that. To be honest, I didn't think of that when I was writing this initially. So that would be a test case that it would fail. Feel free to add that if clause in there if you want, though. Or there's probably a more clever way to do it with array stuff, but I don't know that much yet. So for now, we're just going to do it like this. We're going to grab the index of whatever the user put in. We're going to add 1 to that, and then we're going to return the result of whatever is in that index. So we've grabbed the index, we've added 1 to it, and we're going to say weekdays days, and our index, our index is held in the variable next day. So we're going to say weekdays next day. So if the user put in, say Tuesday, right? It's going to grab the index of Tuesday, which is 1. It's going to add 1 to that. So our index is going to be 2. And so essentially then what we're getting is just this. Weekdays 2. And what's at 2 in weekdays? Wednesday. 0, 1, 2, Wednesday. Okay, so let's run this and we'll see how it works. Okay, we'll say Tuesday, just because that's what we've been talking about. Yep, and it returns Wednesday, whatever the next day is. So again, that would work if I put in, if I put in Thursday. Oh, and yeah, so Ryan commented earlier, actually he did comment something about returning to the middle, to the beginning with a modulus. Yeah, so I put in Thursday, I get Friday. And now, but yeah, with this as is, let's see what happens if I put in Sunday. Yeah, so I get undefined because essentially we've gone outside of the array that we declared. Yeah. Yeah, so it's essentially, Ryan, is that essentially if I were to take, like if, my array.length, modulus, next day, or modulus, what would it be? User day, is 0, then return 0. I assume something like that. Yeah. But yeah, so you can definitely do that. You could just do an if statement saying, if index user day is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If it's equal to 6, then next day should equal 0. So you could kind of hard code it that way too if you wanted. But yeah. So this is kind of a slightly janky solution, but it works, and it makes use of arrays, and it's also much more compact than if we were to use a switch statement or an if statement. So this is way fewer lines than we'd have to do if we tried to do a switch statement. But again, length and complexity are not big concerns for us right now. So however you did it, however you guys did it is totally fine. So let's move on. I've spent a lot of time on this problem, so let's go ahead and move on. But last questions on this. Fun prompt can return null if the user, yes, that's correct. So if I were to run this and not enter anything, that's actually something we controlled for in one of my streams. I don't remember which one. In one of my streams, we actually did control for that to give a prompt, and if they hit cancel, yeah, so it can't read a null to lowercase. So we could sanitize that a little bit before we perform more operations on it. But yep, good point there. Default values for the win. Yes, and that's another good point. Yes, so we can prompt boxes can allow for default values. So we could have this default to like Monday or something like that. So that way it always can pass something in. But I think even if I hit cancel, that value is still not passed. So let's do that. I think it's going to be null regardless. Oops, Monday is not defined. Sorry, it needs to be a string. My bad. Pew. Okay, let's try that. I think it's going to be null regardless, but I don't remember for sure. All right, so you can see now, since I added a default value there after the comma, it puts Monday in by default. But I think, yeah, so I still get null if I click cancel. So you can actually fix that to say like, if null, then do something else or assign a different value. Yeah, you think it would replace the null, but no, only sadness. That is correct. Yes, that's why I much prefer working in the DOM, where you can control like the button clicks and not have to keep reprompting the user, just not do, give them a nice custom error message if they screw up. So, and you can have a lot more control over what your buttons do. Yeah. So, okay, we've beat this question around quite a lot. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. And this one should be a little bit simpler. Next one is just number comparison. So write a program that accepts two numbers, then compares their values and displays an appropriate message in all cases. So when they say cases, let's think about what they mean, right? So if you're comparing two number values, what are the three possible outcomes that could occur when you compare, assuming both numbers are valid? What are the possible outcomes that could occur from that? Yeah. Yep. You guys got it. So yeah, there's really only three possible outcomes, assuming that the inputs are valid, and we're going to assume that they are valid in this case. Yep. Equal, less, yep, more than. Yeah, exactly. So assuming the inputs are valid, we can really only have less than, greater than, or equal to. Okay. So write a program that accepts two numbers. So we're going to need two prompts. So we're just going to say let num1 equals prompt enter the first number, and then we're going to grab another prompt there. Num2 prompt enter the second number. Also too, I'm going to comment this out before I forget, because I will forget always. All right. Okay, so again, lots of variety in the ways that we could do this. I'm going to show you two different possible ways. But again, there's lots of different ways. So first, the most obvious way to do this is just an if statement, right? So if, now, the order in which you check these things could really vary, but I usually like to do the rare case of when the numbers are exactly equal. I usually like to put that case first. So if num1 is strictly equal to num2, then we're just going to console log, just gonna say they match. Hey, cool. All right. Since we're going to have three possible outcomes here, what do I need to put here after my if statement? What phrase do I need to use in order to make sure that this if statement can continue for two more possible outcomes? Yeah, y'all are quick on the draw there. Yep. We need an else if. So else if, because that'll allow us to continue the statement rather than just having an else condition, which will end it. So we're going to say else if, and this time I'm just going to say num1 greater than num2. That was our second possible outcome. And in this case, I'm just going to say console log the first number is larger. And then for our final statement, we just say else, because we're preparing to end. And so this is just going to catch all other possible outcomes. And since we know there's only one more possible outcome, we don't even need to define it. We can just say, if it's not, because we know if it's not strictly equal, if num1 is not greater, then num2 has to be greater. That's the only other possible outcome. So we're going to say console log Now, if we want it to be completely clear and explicit, we could say else if we could clearly define this. We could say num2 greater than num1, but we don't need to because we know that this is the only other possible outcome. So I'm just going to leave it like that, and then we're going to run this. All right, so for my first number I'm going to say 3. Second number is going to be 5. Yep, second number is larger. So it went through this whole statement, said they're not equal. The first number is not greater. So the only other possible outcome is that the second number is greater. So now let's do it again. And we'll say 4 and 4. They match. Yeah. All right, so last possible combination, 5, 3. The first number is larger. Yeah, so it works perfectly. So now that we know that our logic is sound, we can condense this down a little bit. So before I go on, any questions about this logic or why it works the way it does? I'm going to take a quick drink here. Hydrate. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any questions. So let's think about how we can streamline this a little bit. Okay, good. All right, so we can streamline this guy a little bit. Not a crazy amount, but there's something we learned recently in the readings that could be a little bit of a help to us here. We don't have to use it, but it's just kind of fun to try this kind of thing. So I'm going to leave the first if statement in place. So we're going to leave this as is. If num1, num2, console log, they match. But I'm going to condense all the rest of this stuff down into what's called a ternary operator. And what that does is it's basically like an alternate way to state the logic of an if statement. So, because we already know, right, we're only really evaluating one additional case here. We're saying if num1 greater than num2, return the first number is larger. And then this is just dumped into an else statement. So we're evaluating one condition and we only have two possible outcomes. The first number is larger or the second number is larger. Okay, so we can condense this and we can just say num1 greater than num2, question mark, is that statement true? Num1 greater than num2? Yes? Console log, first number larger. Rid of this. Not true. Console log, second number larger. Okay, so essentially we've condensed this down to say, hey, if num1 strictly equal to num2, console log, they match, else evaluate this next statement, which says, is num1 greater than num2? Is it? Is that true? That's what the question mark is saying. Is that true? And if it is, then console log the first number is larger. If it's not, separated by the colon, console log the second number is larger. Where does the closing bracket go? So since we're essentially only evaluating one classical if statement here, the only brackets we need are right here. 1 and 2. So opening bracket, closing bracket for our classical if statement. Now here we switch to a ternary operator and we are evaluating things in a different way, so we don't need any brackets at all. This is just a condensation. Just a slightly different way to write it. Yeah, I know, it's kind of neat, isn't it? Didn't realize you could use, so we're combining a classic if statement with a ternary operator. Yeah, so let's run this. Yeah, kind of wild. I'm not saying this is something you would necessarily do in practice. I just thought it was kind of fun to try. So let's try to make sure we get into this statement here. So I'm going to say, I'm going to enter 3 and 5 because the second number is larger and I want it to make sure it's going to return this second statement here. So 3, 5. Yeah, so second number is larger. It did return. I'm going to run this one more time. I'm going to say 5 and 3 this time. and 3. Yep. So it's working as expected. And yeah, you can combine if statement and ternary operator. Again, not saying that's something you would actually do. I just thought it was kind of neat, and it helps us practice ternary operators. There's nothing wrong with using if, and else. That's totally fine. Just thought it was a fun thing to try. So don't worry too much again about if the ternary operator isn't quite making sense yet. We're going to get to practice it again here in a little bit. But any questions on this before we move on? So there are 2 parts to the if statement. Yes. So essentially, so if you're talking about this if statement here, so this is right here, what I've highlighted, this is really the only actual if statement. This is not an if statement. This is a ternary operator. So this is something different. So essentially, it's saying if this if statement evaluates to true, if num1 equals num2, then console log they match. Okay. And else, essentially, if that's not true, it's going to exit the if statement and enter the ternary operator and start evaluating that. Yeah, and Rassel, there are a few considerations here for unless you threw an else in between the closing. Yeah, so essentially, so we can put an else here. Yep. So there's no harm in that. Yep, we can do this. And maybe that makes it a little clearer. So we can do else that. Yeah, that's probably better practice. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so no else if is needed. That's right, Mohammed. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and Rassel, you're right. We're not going to see this in the wild too often. It's just a cool way to, kind of show how a ternary operator can work like an if statement, even though it's not one. Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting tool. Yeah, but like Rascal said, probably not something you're going to see. So I'm going to back this out, and we're going to go back to our. Let's see, make sure did I go too far there? Let's see, else, yeah, not quite. Doop doop doop. There we go. So we're going to take it back to this because this is probably more what you're likely to see. You're not going to be mixing if statements and ternary operators in that way. But yeah, this will be more what you're more likely to see is if, else if, and else, which we already know how to do. Yeah. And yeah, so Silent Spy is showing some additional ways to maybe write that there. I haven't tested that. But yeah, don't get too daunted by all these different ways to do it. Really, whatever way looks good to you and makes sense to you is going to be okay to use. Yeah, and Claude, like you say, yeah, I feel more confident using else ifs, and that's totally fine. Usually what I will do is, no matter what I'm doing, even if I know I could probably write it more compactly, I'll write it out as an if, else if for starters, to test my logic and to make sure just make sure that the way that I'm thinking is correct, right? Like make sure your brain's on the right track. And then I'll go back over it and I'll think, okay, how could I make this maybe more compact using fewer lines? Could I use a switch statement instead? But yeah, and Diviker says, yep, you can do a ternary and a ternary, not always the most readable thing. Yeah, absolutely. Can get pretty wild with all that shorthand, right? So yeah, so don't feel bad, never feel bad about doing something that makes sense and is readable and maintainable for you. That's totally fine. Okay, so let's go ahead and comment this bad boy out. And Okay, good. I was worried that everybody would have left after the ternary operator, but y'all still hanging on. Good job. All right. Just check my viewer numbers there. Okay, so let's go on to the next question. So next question is called final values. And essentially, again, it's asking us to, once again, sort of look at a program and evaluate what it's doing and then what result we're going to get out of that program. So kind of like the stuff we were doing earlier, except this time we're incorporating if statements into what we're trying to evaluate. Okay, so it's taking in 3 user inputs, so NB1, NB2, and NB3. And it's just basically performing some checks against them, right? So it does a bunch of checks and a bunch of if statements here. And at the bottom, we're given basically the cases that we're supposed to be testing against. So let me uncomment this so it's easier to see. Okay, and then we'll take a look at what we're going to be evaluating. So our first case is going to be NB1 equals NB2 equals NB3 equals 4. So essentially what that's saying is that the user has essentially entered 4 for NB1, NB2, and NB3. Okay, so for each of these prompts, they entered 4. All right, so if we carry 4 through this statement, let's see what we potentially get. Okay, so if we start in the if statement, NB1 greater than NB2, that is not true because 4 is not greater than 4. So it carries us down to the else statement. And then if I increment NB1 plus plus, what is NB1 then going to be? Remember, we started out with NB1, NB2, and NB3 all equaling 4. So if I say NB1 plus plus, what's that going to be? Yeah. You guys got it? So NB1 plus plus is after this line. So forgetting about whatever, forgetting about what happens if we console log this right now. After this line, any subsequent operations we perform on NB1 is going to be equal to 5. Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to kind of make a note of that for now. So our next thing we're evaluating is saying if NB2 greater than NB3. Now, NB2 and NB3 are still greater to 4, so this is not true. This is false. So we skip this first statement here and we go to the else statement. Okay, and in our else statement, we're now setting NB1 equal to 0. NB1 equals to 0. And we're saying NB3 is equal to NB3 times 2 plus NB2. Now, again, NB3 and NB2 are still equal to 4, so what's the result here? Ooh, getting some different guesses here. Couple guesses. Sorry, I don't know how to count. No, that's all right. Like we were saying, math, we expect our computers to do. It's the future. It's 2022. Our computers should do the math for us, not us, right? That's my philosophy. Yeah. I use Microsoft Excel to do my math for me. It works a dream. All right. Yeah. So, yep, 12. 12, 12, 12. You are correct. Yes, because again, 4 times 2 is 8 plus 4 is 12, and we're assigning that back to NB3. Yeah. Okay. Just wondering, up to what level of math would you say a software engineer should know? So that's a good question. So it just depends on what tools you have available at your disposal, right? So, I mean, right now I could be tracking all of this stuff in Microsoft Excel and like having Excel do the calculations for me. And there's nothing preventing me from just saying console log and like console logging each line and getting the result, right? I could put a console log after every single one of these lines and get the result for each line and keep track of it that way. Or I could put the equations into Excel and have it do that. So the amount of math that you do, really depends on what type of position you end up in as well. There's some positions like data scientists where you do have to know like these advanced statistical operations. And full disclosure, I have a statistics degree. My bachelor's was in statistics. I am not good at statistics. I got a degree in it and I'm still not good at it. And for my daily job as a senior developer, I really don't have to use it. But it varies so much on what type of role you get. I would say you should be comfortable with the order of operations, at the very least, if you don't understand the calculation, you might not be able to do these calculations by hand, but you should understand how the program is going to interpret what you're giving it. You don't have to necessarily know the answer, but you should know kind of what's going to happen. Yeah, and in Diviker, yeah, it's don't get too hung up on it because yeah, like Diviker says, for web dev, I think a GED level of math should be okay. Yeah, just knowing basic arithmetic operations, knowing what exponents are, understanding arrays and how we count, how we can loop, how we can do loops, how we can do arrays, how we can count through arrays. Those things are probably what you're going to need to know. I have workplace math from high school. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. Yeah, and Chanpo had a question a little earlier. Let me scroll up to it. So yeah, don't get too hung up. There's a ton of tools out there that can do a lot of the math for you, especially Excel. If you don't know how to use Excel, think about learning. Excel is your friend in the workplace for many different things. It can do a lot. It can automate a lot of things for you, especially with the newer versions of Excel. They're pretty much omnipotent. Okay, let me go back up, find Champo's question. Yeah, all right, so this is a little confusing for me. Not sure we found the value for NB2. Yeah, so that value was given to us down here. So we were given the starter values. So we said NB1 equals NB2 equals NB3 equals 4. So essentially what that's saying is that NB1, 2, and 3 are equal to the value 4. We're just implying that that's what the user entered at the prompts. They said they entered 4 here, here, oops, and here. Okay? Does that make, okay, good, you got it. Okay, awesome. Yeah. So we're using those as our starter values and we're performing all the operations against those values. Okay. Yeah, so essentially we've kind of got our outputs here, right? So we have an end value our end value for NB1 is down here. So the last value that we saw assigned to NB1 was 0. And then our last value for NB3 was 12. And we never performed any operations against NB2, right? So our end value of NB2 is going to be what we started with. So our end value of NB2, I'm just going to put this down here, NB2 is going to be 4 because we never touched it. Yeah. So Muhammad, laid it out there in chat. So 0, 4, 12. So now let's see if we're right. So we can test this, right? So I'm going to clear the console. And we are going to run it. It's going to ask us for our initial values. So enter NB1. NB1, we're gonna put in the values, you know, that it told us to start with. So we're gonna put in 4, 4, and 4. Yep, and we get back 0, 4, 12. So good job. Yeah, we got it. Cool beans. All right, so let me clear this. We'll go through the next one a little faster, but feel free to ask questions if you get lost as we go through the logic. So next one, and I'm going to put the values up top so they're easier to see. So NB1 is equal to 4, NB2 is equal to 3, NB3 is equal to 2. Okay, so 4, NB2 is equal to 3. Make sure I get this right. NB3 is equal to 2. Okay, so 4, 3, and 2 are our starter values. Okay, so NB1 greater than NB2. That's true, right? Because 4 is greater than 3. So we go into this logic here and we say NB1 equals NB3 times 2. Okay, so what is our value of NB1 going to be at the end of this statement? Okay, got a couple different answers there. Anybody got a tiebreaker? Got 4 and 6. What do y'all think? Oh, Claude corrected their own answer. Okay. Yep, so now we're getting 4s. All right, yes, that's correct. Yeah, because our NB3 is equal to 2 as our starter value. I seriously think they named these variables this way on purpose to confuse us, but normally I like to use, you know, distinct variable names that are going to be readable in a program, but this is what we were given. So sometimes you're going to have to read code with terrible variables that make no sense. So this is good practice. Sometimes you're going to have to read code that somebody wrote 20 years ago and they had their own system of doing things, and this is what you got. So yes, that's right. NB1 is going to now be set equal to 4. So we're going to make note of that. And so since this if statement was true, we can skip this whole else statement, essentially. So, and let's look at where does this else statement start and end, right? Well, how much are we skipping? So the if statement was true, so we don't execute the else. Now let's just click on this, and it's hard to see on my screen, I'm sure, but if you click right next to this bracket, it underlines the start of the bracket and then the end. It underlines the closing bracket as well. So if we scan down here, we can see that, hey, our closing bracket is all the way down here. So we skip the entire second part of the program. So we're done. That was easy. So in the end, what are our ending values? Anybody know? What is this going to evaluate to? Yeah, Mob and Jenks, your click on the jaw. Yep, y'all are right. Yep, we're evaluating to the starter values. Yeah, totally. Yeah, and Rascal is totally right and agreeing. Yeah, I agree with what they say. Reading code is a skill in itself, especially if you're the one writing the bad code. Sometimes you just bang something out and you're like, yes, this is brilliant, and then you go back to it, the next day when you're not sleep deprived and you're like, what? What does this do? So it's important to be clear and concise when you can, and especially be clear in your variable names. That'll help you and everybody else that tries to read your code later. All right, so let's run this. So run. NB1 is 4. Again, these are the starter values we were given. 4, 3, 2. Hey, and what do we get back? We get 4, 3, 2, just like we said. Good job. Okay, last one. Our starter values now are 2, 4, and 0. So let's put those up here. 2, 4, 0. Okay. And also I'm going to get rid of this extra note here. So let's evaluate this. All right. So if NB1 greater than NB2? Well, that's not true because 2 is not greater than 4. So now we go into our else statement. Okay, and we increment NB1 by 1. So NB1 is now equal to 3. We're incrementing it. So for in all subsequent operations, NB1 is going to be equal to 3. Okay. Now the next thing we check is we say if NB2 is greater than NB3. Now that's true as well because 4 is greater than 0, right? So let's go into this statement. And we're going to say, this is interesting. So we're going to say NB1 plus equal to NB3 times 3. Okay, so I would suggest do this part first. Do NB3 times 3 first, and then look at this part. Okay. So what do you guys think? Place your bets. What is NB1 going to be? At the end of this. Got some 3s coming in. Yeah. Yep, y'all are right. So let's do this and let's see why that's true. Okay, so we'll do this part on the right first. So, yep, 3. So we got 1/6 there, but it is 3. So, but we'll walk through this and we'll see why it's 3. Okay, all right. So NB3 is 0, right? This variable is set to a value of 0. So 3 times 0 is going to be 0. So at this point we have NB1 plus equal 0, essentially, right? And we know from up here that NB1 is 3. So we have NB1 plus equal 0. Now, if I take this out of shorthand and I write it, the full statement, I would be saying essentially NB1 equals NB1 plus 0. So that's the same statement, just without the shorthand notation. So in this case, I'm essentially saying NB1 equals 3 plus 0. So NB1 is equal to 3. So that's how we get there. It's just, just thinking about what order you're supposed to do things in, right? So we perform the operation on this side of the equal sign, and then we reassign it to the variable over here. Okay. Looks like you guys figured it out, though. Pretty smart. Okay, so anyway, we're at NB1 equals 3. And since we evaluated what the true part of this if statement, we get to skip the else statement. So we're not doing this part. And then we leave our outer if and we go straight to the console log. So let's think about what each of these are going to be. So what is going to be the end result for each of our variables? Yeah, nice. 3, 4, 0. So let's run this and we'll see if we're right. Okay, 2, 4, 0. Those are our starting values. Hey, evaluates to 3, 4, 0. Yep, we got it again. Y'all are on a roll. Nice. Okay, so this was not really an exercise in writing any logic. It was an exercise in reading logic. And like Rascal was saying earlier, that can be just as important as knowing how to write these elaborate statements, is knowing how to read somebody else's statements or your own garbage code and figure out what it's doing and walk it through. So, important skill. Okay, we'll comment this bad boy out and we'll go head down here. So we're almost done with the JSWay stuff. I think after we finish the JSWay stuff, we'll take, I want to give you guys a quick break. So we'll probably, after we finish these last 2 problems, we'll do like a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll do the eloquent JavaScript. We'll do, I don't know, you guys can tell me what length of break you want, but we'll come back and we'll go into, oh, I'm sorry, there's one more chapter. Well, anyway, we're going to take a break after this chapter because we've been at this 2 hours already. So we'll do these last two problems. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll do chapter 5, and then we'll go into the eloquent JavaScript. Okay? So don't think I'm going to keep you going forever. We're not going to do a super stream, but this is going to go probably at least another hour. All right, good deal. I'm getting some thank yous there in the chat. Some folks crossing their legs, maybe. Let's go 9 hours. No, we're not going to do that. My throat can't take that much. But I am hydrating, so don't y'all worry. No, not going for Leon's record. Although I will say, so in order to be an affiliate, I got to stream a certain number of hours each month. I think I'm going to have it in the bag. Yeah. Okay. Stretch. Yeah. No. Good call. Yep. Okay. Quick stretch there. All right. Next question. Okay. So number of days in a month. Okay. So write a program that accepts a month number between 1 and 12, then shows the number of days in that month. Leap years are excluded, and incorrect inputs must be taken into account. So again, we're given the specification that we have to parse our inputs. So the number must be between 1 and 12, and no other, and what this is saying is essentially no other numbers other than numbers between 1 and 12 will be allowed. And so, we could get real sort of specific about this and force, round down all inputs in the nearest integer or whatever like that. But I'm just going to kind of be general with it and say, like, they're going to enter an integer. We just have to force that in. We just have to make sure that integer is going to be between 1 and 12 by reprompting them each time they try to enter an integer that is not between 1 and 12. And so we've already kind of done that, right? We've already done a situation where we kept reprompting until they entered an input that was valid. So again, we can do the same thing here. So how did we do that last time? What kind of loop did we use last time when we wanted to force a specific type of input? Or input that conformed to a specific set of values? Yeah, Florence has got it. Yep, we can do that again here. We can practice do while loop again. So essentially we want to always, every time, let's say if I was just coming into this page, coming in fresh, I would always want a prompt to appear no matter what to ask that question for me. And then if I enter valid input, then that prompt goes away and doesn't come back. But if I enter an invalid input, if I didn't read, then I want it to prompt me again until the input that I enter is valid. So we're just going to say, we're going to declare a variable here. I'm going to say let month num, let month num, and I don't even have to assign it anything here, but I'm just going to say 0 for now. I'm going to say do, and then this basic structure is just do a thing first, and then start evaluating a while loop. Okay, so we're going to set, essentially we're going to say we want a prompt to appear no matter what. So we're going to say month num equals prompt, enter a month number between 1 and 12. That's all we want. And then we're going to say while, what do we want to say here in this while loop to ensure that if they enter something that is essentially less than 1, or that's not within the values of 1 and 12. What's something I could put in here to ensure that this while loop keeps running? Any ideas? My cat has ideas. Unfortunately, his ideas don't make any sense. Yeah, no, yeah, compulsive sleeper. That's, yep, that. Yeah, yep. Something with a double pipe. Yep, you're on the right track. That is absolutely, yeah. While meow, exactly. Yes, that's his suggestion for everything. While meow is true, then do whatever he wants me to do. So yeah, his suggestions don't always fit the specific use case, even though they're sometimes valid. Yep. Y'all have the right idea. Using something with an or. Yep, exactly. Yep, month num less than 1 or month num greater than 12. Yeah. So while the month num is less than 1, I'm sorry, or month num greater than 12, then continue the loop until they give us a number that's between 1 and 12. Yeah. Yeah, and I think intelligence shared something that might be useful for the next part. So once this was just the first part, right? So once they give us valid input, then we want this to continue to then evaluate what we should get out of it. So again, there's a ton of different ways that we could complete this function. Essentially, the way I did it, yeah, Cat's trying to give me the answer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, his answers don't usually make sense. Yeah, and Mirabek just that's another option. Mirabek, yeah. So essentially, you could use an and you could use a bang and an and too. I think the or statement's a little bit more readable, but yeah, you could do it as a essentially reverse the outcome of the interior statement with a bang and do that as well. Absolutely. So tons of options. Oh yeah. So again, for the second part, essentially now we want to take the month num and then we want to return the correct number of days based on essentially based on the month of the year. 30 days has September, April, June, and November, all the rest of 31 except for February, right? Yeah. And I think the knuckle mnemonic, I haven't clicked on the link. It's basically you count the knuckles to see which months are longer and which are shorter, I think. And I'm probably going to get this wrong. So, you all can do the knuckle thing and correct me. But so for this, we could essentially just write an if statement and say if month num month num equals blah blah blah. We could do a switch statement, which I think I'm going to do for this just because we haven't done a switch statement yet, and those are fun. I can do it without knuckles. that rhyme never stuck. Yeah. It's the rhyme. It's not even really a rhyme either. It's just kind of like a statement. It's weird. But let's do a switch statement just because those are fun and we haven't done one yet. So, and for my version of this, for my homework, I got real wild with it, but we're not going to do that. I found some wacky functions online and I saved it to an array and I put it in the array and yeah, it's weird. But anyway, let's do a switch statement. All right. So, and I'm going to, full disclosure, I'm pulling up the syntax in another window here because I want to make sure I get it right. So, because there's such thing as a case statement in SQL and it looks different. And I just had to do one like yesterday in SQL. So I'm going to get my syntaxes messed up if I don't have a little cheat sheet here. All right. So switch, we're going to say switch, and we're going to take in month num, right? So this is so at the beginning of our switch statement, we're going to take in whatever we're passing into the switch statement. And now we start our switch statement and we say, so let's do February first. So we're going to say case, essentially we're just going to say, so in this case, February, we're not in an array here. So we're just going to, assume that 1 is January and 2 is February. Yeah, Rascal says the struggle of switching between languages. Yeah, exactly. So case 2, when we're going to return. So essentially, we're just going to do. We could say return here, but I'm just going to say console log, because we're not doing a function. So we're just going to say console log. February has 28 days. Actually, no, and I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to say, I'm going to use proper notation here, and I'm going to say, month, 2, oops, sorry, month 2 in the year has 28 days. Yeah. Yeah, Ryan and Rascal, the challenges of multiple languages is, yeah. But I will say, knowing more than one language does help you, because the general gist, the general logic across languages is going to be very similar. It's just knowing the little idiosyncrasies that are different. So then at the end of each case statement within our switch statement, so we have our case. If this case is true, if month num is equal to 2, strictly equal to 2, it's going to console log this result. And when we're writing a switch statement, we have to break at the end of each case. So it stops evaluating there and it exits the statement. So we have to have that break statement there. So let's back out of that. And then, so we've done February. That's our weird one. Now let's do the others. So we should be able to say case. Now police me here. Make sure I get this right. So 30 days has September, April, June, and November. All right. So we're going to do the months with 31, and then we'll do the ones with 30. So so case 1 and case thank you. Intelligence is coming in clutch there. 1, 3. Jeepers. Okay. Case 5. Case 7. Case 8. Almost done. Case 10. And case 12. Okay, so for these cases, actually I probably should have done the other way around, but that's okay. So what we can do here is we can stack cases. And so what it'll do is it'll go down through each of these. And if any of these evaluate to true, we can just say console log, and we'll just say month whatever. Month in the year has 31 days. Ba-doop. Okay, so that takes care of February, takes care of all the months with 31 days. And now all that's left are any of the months with 30 days. Yeah, other way around. Yeah, we could absolutely do that. We could say case 4, case 6, case 9, case 11. But since we know that there's only one other option, does anybody know what we could put here instead that would just allow us to dump everything else into essentially what's an else statement, but in switch syntax? Yeah. Ryan's got it. So what we can say, instead of having to say case 4, case 6, case 9, case 11, is we can just say, all right, so we've gone through all these. If none of these are true, then it's like you default on a loan. You're done. We're out. This is the last option. Console log. If it doesn't meet any of the other criteria, then do this. Default month num in the year has 30 days. So, and I did not do, let's see, I need to be better at my, I missed my break here. That wouldn't be right. All right. And then do that. So theoretically this should work. To be honest, I'm just, I'm doing this one on the fly just because I did something different for my own version. So we'll see if it works. I don't know if it's going to work. We'll see. It's always fun to just, wing it sometimes. All right, let's run it. I haven't seen anybody seeing anything obvious wrong, so hopefully I did a decent job. All right, let's do February first. We'll just test our easy case. All right, we'll do February. Yeah. Oh, nope, that's not right. Missed something there. Oh, okay. Oh, I know why. Anybody know why? I know why. Anybody know why this didn't work? I want to see if anybody knows. I'm not quite sure. Oh, IDK. Okay. Yeah, Rascal's got it. Yep. Yeah. So when we have a prompt, whenever we run a prompt, whatever's passed in there is treated as a string. Yeah. And Silent Spy has a good solution there. So anything that I pass in here, no matter what number it is, so if I pass in 1 or whatever, it's going to come in as it's essentially going to set month num. So after the result of this is essentially going to be month num equals like 1. So that's a string. And when we do, yeah, it's a string. Yeah. And so, and so when we do this switch statement, it is doing a strict comparison. So it is saying, in this case, like if we get down to this case 1 here, it's saying case month num triple equals 1, which is value in type, right? So a triple equals comparison is value and type. So in this case, we're comparing a string to a number. So no bueno. Yeah, so it goes to default. That's right, Mohammed. Yes. So it's saying none of these are true. I'm just going to do the last option, and I'm going to spit that out. So we have to convert our input to a number because that's what it is. So there's multiple different ways we could do that. Yeah, and Silent Spy, that's a great option. You could set it. You could just basically enclose this whole prompt result. You can essentially just enclose this whole prompt result into a, say number parenthesis. The way I think it's kind of cool to do it is, let me just let's get something out of the way here. As well, no, let's go ahead and just use a number because that's simpler to follow. So let's do number. Is this capitalized or not? I don't remember. Number. Is it capitalized? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, it's capitalized. Yeah. So now let's try this. So essentially now we're taking this string, we're forcing it into a number, and because it is very clearly, yeah, right, thanks Rascal, yeah. And because it is very clearly a number, JavaScript is going to have no problem converting this string into a number. So let's run it now. We'll try it again. We'll try our 2 case because that should return 28. Yeah. So now month 2 in the year has 28 days, and that is correct. So now it's going into the switch statement, and it's, yeah, good job, chat. Yeah. Now it's going into the switch statement, and it's evaluating correctly because this strict comparison is now saying month num is equal to 2 in both value and type. Now, if you're thinking, you might say, okay, that's all well and good, but if this was always a string, why did this while statement work? Well, that's because that's because this is not actually doing a strict comparison. It's basically saying, yeah, I know it's a string, but I can read it as a number. And you're clearly trying to do some sort of numerical operation on this. You're trying to say, you're trying to say less than. So it looks like a number. I'm going to treat it like a number. I got you. I got you, fam. It's it's being nice to us here. What if you can put 2 in a space? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do some test cases here. So what we're doing here is we're doing a test case, and it's kind of like when you do code wars, when it tries throwing different values against your code. We're doing a little test case here. So 2 space. Nope, it's still read it in. It's fine. It can handle the spaces. It's decently smart. It's more, I should say, decently forgiving. So I'm going to do space to space, space to space. Okay. Do that too. Yep. Nope. It's still fine. It's got it. It's trimming that white space off of there. Yeah. So, and let's also just do one of our other cases too. We'll do like month 8. So that should evaluate to 31, right? Yeah. So it did. Yep. And the reason this works is because for all these cases, unless you put a break statement, it's going to keep evaluating. So it's like, it's just going to keep going down, 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 down until it hits something it can output, which is the console log. And then it's going to break. So that's kind of just how we can kind of shorthand this by stacking multiple cases on top of each other. Yeah. But there's nothing, you could have put, after each one of these cases, you could have absolutely just put, console log, console log, console log, console log, console log, console log. If that helps you keep track of it and how it's working, then that's totally fine. Dry. Yeah. Don't repeat yourself where possible and where reasonable. I was on Code Words a little bit, and you see like some of the solutions that folks are coming up with, like some of them are so dry that it's like, man, I don't even know what's happening here, and some of them are like so elaborate. And somebody, my favorite one so far was where somebody put, yeah, you can comment why you did it. Yep. That's true. Comments are good as well. My favorite answer on Code Words so far was, it was a super easy question, like a level 8, but somebody put the entire lyrics to the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in a comment prior to the answer and then submitted that, which I think is the best answer that I have seen so far. Yeah, the whole thing. It was great. It was highly upvoted too, as it should be. Yeah. Yep. Fantastic. I felt honored to have seen that. That's why you should do more Code Wars, because you see stuff like that. Okay, but not to digress too much. Does anybody have any questions about what we did here, or why or how it works? And again, here you could use an if statement and, just have if, you could have an if statement with multiple ors. You could say if month num equals, 1 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 8. You could do that. It would just be longer, I think, than using this switch statement. And in the code pen, when I share this, I'm not going to share this on stream because I think it's just going to be a little bit too much at this point, considering we've just started arrays. But in my code pen code, when I save this and I'll give you guys the link, I'll include my solution as well, which involves an array and some funky things with the indexes of that array. Champa, okay, so could you explain switch once more? Yes. So essentially what switch does is it takes in a single argument, essentially. So here we're just taking in month num, because for each of these comparisons, the only thing we're doing is we're comparing month num to something over and over and over again, and we're seeing if that's true, right? So we're taking in one thing, which is month num, and we are then testing month num against multiple possible cases to see if that case is true. And if that case is true, then do the thing inside the case. Okay, so in this case, let's look at case 2, right? So we're taking in month num, so it's a number, and essentially what we're doing is we're saying, to rewrite this a little bit, we're saying if month num is strictly equal to 2, then do all this stuff. That's all it is. This is just a much, and so that, if it was a true if statement, we'd have to have brackets and we'd have to have, else ifs and all that. Whereas with switch, we can just simply say case 2, do the thing. And if case 2 is not true, then go on to the next case. So when you have a lot, and you know, in each case we're just doing strict comparisons each time, seeing if that's true. And in this situation, if let's say they entered 5, right? So case 5 would be true, but there's no statement here. Yeah, so then it would keep going. It would keep going, yeah. It would keep going until something is true. And so in this case, let's say case 5 is true. Well, there's no statement here. And so by their very nature, the way switch statements, just the way they work, that's the way they are, it's going to keep going. It's not going to stop. It's just going to keep going until it hits something that it can output, or something that it can, anything that it can do. It doesn't have to be an output, just anything, an action that can perform. Then it's going to perform that action. And then, only then, are we going to put in a break, which is going to break us out of the switch statement and essentially end it. Yeah, and so we're kind of taking advantage of the weird nature of switch statements here by stacking all these cases. So essentially what it does is it says, ooh, hey, I found something that's true. I need to do something. I want to do something. Nothing to do here, nothing to do here. Nope, nothing to do here or here. It hasn't told me to break yet. There's got to be something I can do. Oh, here's something I can do. I can console log. Okay, great. Oh, but here's a break statement, so I have to stop. So if we didn't, let's take the break statement out. Let's get wild. All right, so we're going to clear the console. I just want to see what this, doing this right up against the default, I'm not entirely sure what it's going to do, but let's have fun. I'm going to put in 5, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is good. I'm glad we did this. So watch what it did, right? It logged 2 things because we never told it to stop. So unlike if statements, whereas if statements, if they hit something true, they do the true thing, then they're done. With switch statements, there's some benefits because we can stack all these statements together and then have them all do the same thing. But the thing you have to be careful of is make sure that once it's done doing the thing that you want, you have to tell it to stop. Otherwise, it's not going to. It's just going to keep doing everything else. Could you think like it hops to the right of the colon when true and looks for the next break? Essentially, yeah. I mean, it's so it goes dark. You know, it doesn't do anything. It's silent running until it finds something that's true, and then it's like it turns on. It switches on, and then it activates. And it's active, it's working, it's doing stuff until we switch it off and tell it to stop. We tell it to break. So it's like you can think of it like a light switch. Something that's true turns it on, in this case 5, and then we have to flip the light switch to turn it off. We have to break it. So that's just something that's different than if statements. And I'm glad we did a switch statement because it's good to practice these and know the differences. In this case, this is much more efficient than an if statement, right? It's much shorter, but it just has some different behavior that we need to be aware of. Okay, Adoran, yeah. So that's kind of how JS labels work, actually. Okay. Yeah, I kind of agree with Rascal. I've not seen a label before, but if that's kind of similar to how they work, that's awesome. And I'm a JavaScript beginner as well, so yeah, I mean, sounds like you know a little bit more about that, the various options than I do. Okay, yeah, thanks, Adoran. Thanks for the link. Yeah. My only advantage is really that I have knowledge of other code languages. So I just, like I was saying earlier, like the logic just carries over. It's not, I'm just starting JavaScript along with you guys. So but I also like to Google though too. I would, when you're doing these homeworks, if you think, if you write out your solution and you think, my solution works, but there's gotta be an easier way to do this, then there probably is. And you can Google it and you can maybe, get a little bit ahead and learn something else. So that's what I do a lot, is just be like, oh, okay, I did it, but it's kind of long. So there must be a better way, right? And usually someone has figured out that better way. The kind of people that actually put things on Stack Overflow versus asking questions, those magical people. Okay, so any more questions on this one? Okay, I'm going to comment this out. Woo, too far. Boop. Okay. All right. So following second. Redeems hydrate. Thanks, Ryan. I'm going to take a drink. What is an example for how you search for a better way? So in this case, I would probably think about what we're trying to do here, right? We're trying to get the number of days in a month based on the month number, right? So in that case, I might Google something like, and I may not get the exact answer for what I'm looking for, but I might get a part of it, right? Something that I could try and add to. So in this case, I might try to say, get number of days. I might say like JS, get number of days from month, right? And so, see if there's a function. Is there a function for that? Is there an existing function that I can just use that'll just grab the number of days based on a month? And then I might also say, get month name from number. I Googled that as well for my solution. And then that led me to making an array, and it turns out there is a function that will get you the number of days in a month. There's JavaScript has some built-in date functions that can do that for you. And so in my solution, I used that. I said, okay, pass in a month, get the number of days back. But that's just an example of how I might Google that question. Think about, okay, in plain English, what is being asked? And then Googling for that with the word JavaScript in it. Yeah. And sometimes you get garbage, sometimes you don't get what you're looking for, but sometimes you get something that might lead you down a path to a new idea, something else to try. And then maybe you Google for that instead. So that's how I might do it. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. I wish I knew how to Google correctly. Well, it's something you can practice. And you can look up tips for how to Google effectively. There's different symbols and things you can use to return certain types of results. In general, I just like to think of Googling as terms of what are the specific keywords, and not necessarily Googling like an entire sentence or a full question, but thinking about what are a few verbs and nouns that really describe what I'm looking for, like get day of month, from, I don't know, get days in month from month, or in having the word JavaScript in there. And yeah, I mean, it is kind of an art, but the more you practice it, the better you'll get. You'll be able to refine your results. Try to just use specific keywords that really point to the meat of what you're trying to get out without using lots of filler words like is and. And, just really try to think of what it is specifically that you're looking for. It's kind of hard to describe, but, the more you practice, the more you'll get it. It's certainly another skill, but that means you can learn it. Absolutely, Ryan. That's correct. Yeah. The more you work in tech, the better you'll get at Googling tech related things. And you'll find, you might find sites that you like more than others. Like Stack Overflow can really be a mixed bag, right? But sometimes it comes up with gems. And that's why Leon says, try to stick to the MDN, right? Because that's kind of tailored for folks that are, trying to learn our specific language versus, other languages and that kind of thing. If you're searching like, for anything really, make sure that I usually like to just include the letters JS, letter J, letter S, just so it returns results related to JavaScript and not other languages. You don't even really need to type out JavaScript when you're Googling. That usually works for me, is if I say just JS and then whatever I'm looking for. So yeah, those are just a few tips. And yeah, just practice and find sources that you find work for you, and then maybe search within those sources as well. Yeah, good question though. And yeah, and if you search, you can also look up things like how to Google and things like that, which can maybe give you some tips on ways you can refine your searches a little bit more. Okay, so this one's really interesting. I like this one. JSMDN. Yeah, Ryan, that's a good, yep. You can start your searches with just saying JSMDN and then whatever it is you're looking for. Yep, absolutely. That's a good place for the folks that are true beginners to Googling for tech stuff. That's probably a good way to preface your searches. Yeah, Google works best when you also use the back button a lot. That's right. Yeah, if you're not getting the results you expect, go back, try again, refine your terms a little bit. Okay, so next question. So because I know you all want to break. Yep, never use page 2, right? Following second, write a program that asks for the time under the form of 3 information. Now that is a weird wording. Okay, so we'll parse that out in a second. Write a program that asks for a time under the form of 3 information. The program calculates and shows the time 1 second after. Incorrect inputs must be taken into account. Okay, so luckily it does give us some examples down here, so that makes it a little clearer what it's actually looking for. So if they enter, so we essentially want to ask for 3 things from the user, right? We want to ask for hours, minutes, and seconds. Okay, so if they enter 14 hours, 17 minutes, and 59 seconds, then it wants us to add 1 second to that time. So in this case, 14 hours, 17 minutes, and 59 seconds would translate to 14 hours, 18 minutes, and 0 seconds, right? Because at 59, the clock turns over to 0 and adds a minute. That's just how a clock works, right? And the same thing for if it's at 6 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, when that second ticks over, it's going to tick over to 0. It's going to add to the minute, which will then also tick over to 0, which will then add to the hour, which turns it into 7, right? And the same thing happens at midnight. We tick over. In the seconds, we tick over to 0. In the minutes, we tick over to 0. And since it's a 24-hour clock, we're going to tick over to 0. We're using, in the US, we're using military time. We call this military time. Everywhere else in the world, this is, I think, fairly normal time, not 12-hour clock. So yeah, at midnight, it ticks over to 000. Okay. So if you think about it, it's kind of like a cascade, right? So the seconds can cascade over into the minutes and over into the hours. Okay. So let's think about this and sort of, take a crack at it and then see if any of these test cases could potentially fail. Okay, so we're going to need to prompt the user for 3 entries, right? We're going to need hours, minutes, and seconds. So that's fairly straightforward. We can do that. So we're going to say let hour equal, we're going to say a prompt enter an hour between 0 and 23, because this is a 24-hour clock. So enter an hour between 0 and 23. That would be valid. And for this, just preemptively, I'm going to do a number conversion here. So I could do number parenthesis, or another way to convert a string to number even quicker is to essentially use a plus sign here. So plus sign. Yeah, and I already put an extra parenthesis there. Whoops. So that works. Yeah. So we put the thing we want to convert into, which is this. We put it into parentheses with a plus sign, and that'll just convert that into a number for us. So, then we're gonna do the same thing for minutes and seconds. So hour, minute, and second. Yeah, this one is very easy for a user to break. Yeah, potentially, depending on how we write it. Yep. So we're going to do some tests, and we're going to do some test cases, and we're going to see how we break it. All right. So, for minutes, we want them to enter something from 0 to 59, and they can change this as well. Oops. Sorry. Minute and second. This might be a good problem for practicing pseudocode. Yes. Yep. Good. Yep. Good call. And that's we're going to talk through it a little bit. Yeah. And think about what needs to happen in each case. What's the plus for? So what this is doing is when a user gives us a value, I'll go over that again. So when the user gives us a value in a prompt, that's that incoming value, no matter what they put in, whether it's the word flee or the number 12, that's treated as a string. And so since we know we are going to be working with numbers here, the user is going to be entering a number. We want to be working with numbers. That's all we really care about. So essentially what we want to do is we want to get rid of any comparison issues that we might have. So all we want to do is we just want to convert that string that they're going to enter, that 12 that comes in as a string. We want to convert that to a number. And so we can do that by a couple different ways. We can do the way we did in one of the previous problems where we essentially just said the word number, right? And put the whole thing in parentheses. Number. And in parentheses, that'll convert it to a number. Or there's a little shorthand where we can use a plus sign in parentheses, and it does the same thing, essentially. It just converts it to a number, it's a slightly quicker way. That's all it's doing. So let's do this real quick. So let's, actually, no, here, let me do this a little better. Mm-hmm. Oh, and I deleted a parenthesis as well. Yeah. So let's do this. Console log hour. Okay. We'll just run this real quick. See, I think I consoled everything out. Yep. Okay. So I'm going to enter 12 as my hour, and just do 3 and 3. So what I get back. So now what I get back in the console, you see how it's orange? So I entered a string and I got back a number because I did this conversion here, right? Yeah. And what did Rascal say here? Let's see. I thought the user had to enter all 3 in a single prompt. Oh, yeah. I mean, there may be a way to do that, honestly. Like somebody said, using regex or something like that. But honestly, I mean, why not just have 3 prompts, right? Yeah. Oh, math round and isnan on each prompt. Yeah. No, you don't even need to allow that string into your workspace. You can just get rid of it right away by just converting it from the outset. Oh, using regex. I am impressed. Regex is kind of, regular expressions are kind of black magic to me, but I want to get better at them. Yeah, dang indeed. Woo. Okay, but anyway, we're just taking that string, we're turning it straight into a number, and we're just going from there. We got what we need now. So many different interpretations. That's right. Yeah, there's no right way to do it, right? You can use regular expressions. You can get wild. Okay, so now let's think through. We have our inputs, right? So let's think through some possibilities of what could happen. And yes, the outside parens are needed. I believe so. Yeah, but let's see. So let's reconsole log. I always have them, but console log hour. All right, let's do this again. 12, 1, 1. Nope, they're not needed. Okay, it still works. It's all good. I like to put them though, just because this could be confused for like some kind of like mathematical operation versus I know if I have this enclosed in parentheses, all I'm trying to do here is a conversion, because since you're using a plus sign, and a plus sign can be used for a lot of things, I think it's important to be really explicit that like, look, I'm just trying to convert this. I'm not trying to do any sort of operation on it or I'm not trying to concatenate it. It could possibly be interpreted as a concatenation. So just being real clear there about what it's doing. Because yeah, I think if this was like next to another string, it'd probably try to concatenate it. So yeah, got to be careful. Okay, so let's think about what we want to do. So essentially, if let's say the user enters something like, say 12, 30, and 31. So hours, minutes, seconds, right? So 12 hours, 30 minutes, 31 seconds. If they enter something like that, all we want to do is add 1 second. So what we would get back would just be, and I'm sorry, I need to sneeze. So 1 moment. It's stuck in my nose. I hate that. Nope. Okay, it's gone. All right, sorry. So 12. So if we add 1 second to this, all we're going to get back is really simple. Just 12, 30, 32, right? We just add 1 second. Okay, so easy peasy. So in that case, we would just add a second, right? And so, but in any case where, what are the cases in which we would need to roll over, right? Roll any values over. There's certain cases in which that is true, where we would need to roll something over. So what are the 3 cases in which we would need to roll values over potentially? Just in general. Yeah, so that's a specific case. Yep, so that's a specific case, Claude. Yep. So that works for hours. Absolutely. Yep. That's a specific case for hours when we need to roll something over. What are the general cases for minutes and seconds? Yep, 59 seconds. 59 minutes, yeah. Yep, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, yeah. Yes. Yep, we're getting there. Yeah, so we're thinking, okay, there are only specific cases in which we will, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, yeah. There are only some specific cases in which we actually need to roll values over and then, reset the seconds to 0, roll it over to minutes, blah, blah, blah. In all other cases, it's going to be really simple. We just add 1 second. And in most cases, all we're going to do is we're going to add 1 second. So if we can control for those specific cases in which we need to roll over to the next minute or the next hour or the next day, then we can always return the correct result. So the way I thought about this, now it's not necessarily the way you have to think about it, but I did this, okay? So I took the second value that the user entered, I went ahead and performed the operation, added an additional second to it, and then I started doing my checks against that value to see, okay, so now I have added 1 second to this user entry. Is it still a valid unit of time? Okay? So instead of checking to see if I should add the second, I went ahead and added it, and then said, all right, now is this still valid in every case? So let's roll forward with this a little bit. So if the user enters, if the user value entered is 59 and I add 1 to it, I'm going to end up with second 60, right? And that's not valid. That's not a valid unit of time. So I need to correct that. That needs to be fixed. And so what are we going to do? What do we want to do if adding 1 second to the user's time takes us to 60? What should the output read instead of 60? For seconds only. Forget about the rest. Just think about seconds for now. Yeah. Right. Yep. Oh, hey, Magic Blue. Good to have you. Yeah. So that's pretty easy, right? We know that the answer is if adding 1 second to the user's value is equal to 60, that's not valid. So we need to reset it to 0. Okay. Now what's the other thing that we need to do if we're setting the seconds to 0? If we're flipping that dial, what do we need to do? We need to then transfer. Yeah. Yep. We need to also do something to minutes. So we could do, yep, and that's intelligence. That's exactly what I was going to say. So, I mean, we could write minute plus equal 1, but the quicker way to do that is to just say minute plus plus. We're going to increment minutes. And again, we're not console logging anything here, so whatever order we put it in is fine. In this case, minute plus plus will work. But now, do we also, so we know that if seconds is 60, we flip seconds back to 0 and we add 1 to the minutes, but do we know for sure whether we need to do anything to the hours or not? Do we know that? Yeah, we don't know that, right? We have no idea. So we can't say something like, hour plus plus. No, we need to do more. We need to do more checks. Okay, so we got the first part. This is the first possible outcome. So now, what's the next thing we need to check? So we've just added 1 to minutes, right? So what's the next thing we need to check? El Champo, we've already done seconds. So we've already checked our seconds. So check for, intelligence has got, yep, intelligence and magic, you've got it. So we've got our seconds squared away. And we've added 1 to the minute. Now, the next thing we need to check, did adding 1 to that minute take it from 59 to 60? Oops, sorry. There we go. Okay. So now the next thing we need to check is minutes equal to 60. And in that case, we are going to essentially flip the dial back to the beginning, right? We're going to set minutes back to 0. And we're going to assume that, yeah. Claude's got it. Yeah. So hour. And we're going to increment our hours. Yep. Hour plus plus. So if once that minute, hits 60, then we assume we're adding an hour and we're resetting minutes back to 0. Now, let's see. I think, let's leave it at this for now. That's fine. So hour plus plus, right? So we've added 1 to hour. Now, one of the test cases that they gave us up here was this one, right? Midnight. What happens at midnight? So let's assume it's midnight, right? So I've added 1 second, and we've controlled for that, right? So we said 59 seconds. If second equals 60, we added 1 to 59, it gets to 60. We set seconds equals 0, minute plus plus. All right, minute equals 60. Minute 0, hour plus plus. So we've added 1 to hour. So what do we need to do when hour hits 24? They're telling us what the output should be, right? Right here. So when I add 1 second and these all flip over, yeah, modulo 24. Yep, we could. Yep. Yeah, so the general output of what we want is we want to flip all of these values back to 0. But what are we actually checking for? Yeah, so we could use a modulo here. But essentially, when we increment hour up by 1, we're taking hour from 23 to 24. So what we're going to be checking to see is if essentially hour, strict equal to 24. Now, why are we checking for 24? Because we just ticked the hour up by 1, right? So we took it from 23 to 24. So we need to say if hour is equal to 24, then check. So I saw some people were saying hour 23, but really we're checking to see if hour is 24. Because hour 24 is not valid. Hour 23, this is a valid time right here. But as soon as hour ticks to 24, we need to reset it. We need to reset the whole shebang to 0. That's midnight. And so our output should be this. Yeah. So in that case, if we want to reset everything to midnight, we need to set hour equals 0, but also minute and second. Now, why do we need to reset all of those? Well, let's, and that's okay. No. You don't need to, it's not that you're not thinking properly. It's just, it's hard to think logically through these cases and what will happen. And sometimes you just need to evaluate it and see what you get, right? I mean, that's what I did, honestly. When I was doing this one, I tried some stuff I thought would work, got some weird answers, went back, revisited it, and then tried again. So let's just set hour equal to 0. We're not going to do anything else just yet. We're going to set hour equal to 0, and we're going to try some different entries and see what we get. Okay, so then we're just going to do at the very end. We think we're covered here. We've covered our cases, and then we're just basically going to console log what we get. So we're going to console log hour, minute, and second as the output. So let's try the test cases that they've given us, right? So the first test case they gave us, oops, I got a wrong token there somewhere. And also I'm going to save this because I haven't saved in like 3 hours. There we go. Living dangerously. And I think I forgot a closing parenthesis, so I'll find it. 1 second. If, and you notice I don't have any else's on here either. Oh, does it matter if the last if statement? Yes, it absolutely does. Good catch. Yeah, that's probably why. I keep doing that. Good catch. That's why I got you guys around. All right, so we're gonna run it. Should have cleared the console. Oops. Oh well. Let's try one of the test cases that they gave us, and I think the first one was 14 hours. So we're gonna enter 14 for our hour. We're gonna enter 17 for the minute, and 59 for the second. What do we get? Okay, we would expect 14 hours, 18 minutes, and 0 seconds. Yep. Yeah, so we got the right answer. Yay for us, because we covered our cases. We've covered our edge cases, or our potential adverse outcomes, right? So, and yeah, what Rascal is saying too is that this kind of thinking is a learned skill. Absolutely. So you'll get better at it as you do it more. And yeah, it's a brain exercise. Yep. So that's why we're doing these. It's not the fact that you're going to get them first try. It's the fact that you just need to keep practicing them, right? And two, like, don't expect that the first time you execute this, don't expect that it's going to work. And I expect actually that we're gonna hit a case we're going to fail here in a minute, but we'll see. You expect it to not work and not work multiple times. You just keep iterating until you get it better. And keep fixing what's broken each time until you finally get the right answer. So don't expect first try. All right, so next edge case is going to be Claude. Oh, you're yelling out the answer before I type. That's awesome. I love it. Be sure to hydrate. All right, 59. So 6 hours, 59 minutes. And 59 seconds. All right, so this should tick over to 7 hours, right? Okay, great. So it worked perfectly. Good. First try. Yeah. We go get. That's right. All right, last one. Let's try midnight. Okay. So I'm actually surprised I'm doing this well so far. I would have thought I would have, famous last words. I would have thought I made a mistake by now. But all right, so 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Hey, look at that. 0, 0, 0. Very nice. Okay, so we have passed our test cases. And basically what this is doing is it's testing, does it work when we flip over to a new minute? Does it work when we flip over to a new hour? And does it work when we flip over to a new day, right? So we've tested each of those three. So I think we're okay here. Question. Okay. Can you please explain the +1 on line 176? Yeah. So we're essentially on line 176, we're essentially doing what the question is telling us to do, right? So the program calculates and shows the time 1 second after. So it's essentially saying your program should add a second, and this is our second variable, right? It should add a second to whatever the user inputs. So what I'm doing, my interpretation was I'm going to add that second first. First thing I'm going to do is add the second, and then I'm going to deal with the aftermath. So if adding that second, no, we're not adding in the code. We are. So let's think about this for a minute. So we're in this code here, this little if statement, it only handles edge cases where we are rolling over to a new hour, minute, or second. So let's do this on one where we don't have to roll over. So let's say I put in, and actually, well, never mind. I should have cleared the console, but hopefully you guys can still see that down the bottom. So I'm going to enter, let's say I'm going to enter hour 11, and I'm going to enter my minute is 24, and my second is 10. So I am in no danger of rolling over, to a new hour, minute, or to a new minute, hour, or day, right? This is just we're smack dab in the middle of an hour, in the middle of a minute. So it should just add 1 second, right? So what do we get? Yep, we got 11 hours, 24 minutes, and 11 seconds when I put in 11 hours, 24 minutes, and 10 seconds. So it just added 1 second. Now, when did that addition happen? Did it happen in the if statement? No, because second didn't equal 60. Did it happen in this if statement? Nope, that's not true. Did it happen here? No. So where it happened was right here. Yeah. Right. Okay. And Mirabek, yeah. By default, the prompt reads inputs as a string. But we're doing a number conversion right here. So putting this parenthesis plus sign is converting it into a number right there. And it's allowing us to, it's not doing any concatenation or anything. It's allowing us to perform the mathematical operation. Your last example doesn't even execute. Yes, that is correct. Yes. So these if statements only run if we hit these edge cases. right? So if in the case of the example that we just did, the if statements don't even run, and all it does is just this, takes in the prompt, and then console logs the output. Pew. It skips the whole thing. And I have an extra parenthesis there. Oh, no, I don't. Never mind. So all it does is just runs the first three, and then it just does this. So these areas that I've highlighted, that's all it does. It skips this whole mess in the middle. You could have added a second if and else. Yeah, but we don't need to. In this case, all we're doing is we're handling the edge cases. We don't need to say else add 1 second. This is just maybe a slightly the way I think the way I've done it is maybe is more compact. I mean, you could have done like you could have done the addition within your if statements, but I almost feel like that's harder to keep track of. But still, I mean, to each his own, right? Like this makes more sense to me, but it might not make sense to you. And in that case, do it in a way that makes sense to you. Do it in a way that feels better. So we could have said like, how would we even do that? So we could have said like if second equals 60, blah, 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 blah. Well, no, we'd have to say if second equals 59, then second equals 0, right? So we'd have to change these values to like 59. If we didn't do this addition here, we'd have to say like 59, 59, 23, and then set the correct values there. And then we could say like, then else, yeah, we could say else second plus 1, I think. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Yeah, so we could say like, it would be like down here, I think, else, well, but then that might cause problems though. Let's think about this for a second. If you were at hour 23, like minute 30, you'd always want to make sure that this else ran. I think, well, maybe it still would. Well, let's try it. Excuse me. All right, else. So we'll just do second, can't spell, second plus plus. Yeah. All right, let's try that. I'm going to clear the console. And we'll just enter like a bog standard. I'm just trying to make sure that if we do it this way, we still handle all the cases. But so let's see, we'll just do a normal one. So like 12, 32, 23. Yeah, so that still worked. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But let's do an edge case. So let's do, okay, let's do 12, 59. So ticking close there, but our seconds aren't going to tick over. So yeah, okay, so that still worked. Yep. Yeah, so that's probably fine. I was just making sure, I was trying to think through and make sure that we caught all that still would add a second no matter what case. But yeah, it still works. So that's fine too. Whoops, sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so think about it, whatever way makes sense to you. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to put that just because it's simpler, but if using the else statement makes more sense, then absolutely do it. I think there was another question. Let me scroll back up here. I'm sorry. Not sure if I'm getting ahead, but the question also asked about taking care of incorrect inputs. Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, we did do a number conversion here, but we didn't really correct for bad inputs. So again, we could put these inside do while loops, kind of like we did before. So an example of an incorrect input might be something like, we could put 12 for the hour, 23 for the minute, but then we could type the word 10. Like that would be an example of an incorrect input. It's not gonna like that. Yeah. So see what we get back is not a number, seconds, right? I would probably, so I want to give you all a break. So I'm not going to do this now, but what I might do is say, put these in do while loops, which basically don't allow for any other input other than, a number that is between whatever we say. So that would be a quick and dirty way of doing it, kind of like we did before. So we'd say something like, do while hour less than 0 or greater than 23, right? And just keep prompting until they give you something good. Yeah, you could also get that's true. You could absolutely get a decimal. And so in that case, you could do something like somebody mentioned earlier, where you could then take that input, not only convert it to a number, but also round it to the nearest integer. So you could do like math.floor and take this and like do like, I'm probably gonna get the syntax wrong, but like math.floor and do that rounding as well, which would take it to the nearest, if it's not an integer, it would take it to the nearest lower integer and give you a valid number. So you could do that as well. Yeah, there's tons of ways you could sanitize this. And intelligence also mentioned, should we try 12, 59, 59? Yeah, let's try that. 12, 59, 59. Yep. So you see it still worked, right? Because that was an edge case that we controlled for. So we said, so let's see what happened there. So I put in 12, 59, 59. So 12, 59, 59, but then I added 1, so it made it into 60, right? So second equals 60. We flipped our second to 0. We flipped our minute. Now our minute equals 60. So we set minute to 0, and we increased the hour, which gave us 13 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. So we did control for that. Yep. Good questions. Okay, so I do want to give you all a break, and I want to take a break as well. So let's pause for 5 minutes, and then we'll try to get through chapter 5. And then we may have to wait. I don't know. We'll see. We may have to wait on the eloquent JavaScript, just because I really love those problems and I want to give them the time that they're worth. But I also know it can be hard, when you're in a marathon stream, to really pay attention for the entirety of that time. So we may have the eloquent JavaScript overflow to Sunday, or hey, who knows? I might do a surprise pop-up stream later in the week. I honestly don't know if I'll have time, but I might try to do a stream where we cover the eloquent JavaScript on Friday, and then do the Wordle. I really want to do the Wordle game. That'll be so fun. Build the Wordle game on Sunday. We'll see. All right. So anyway, I'm going to stop talking. We're going to go on a break. I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. Is 5 minutes enough, or do you guys need 10? What do you tell me? What do you guys want? 10? Some folks are probably crossing their legs. I'm fine either way. I'm really just gonna use the bathroom and take a drink. But well, let's do 10. Just to make sure that everybody, folks have other needs that they may not want to share, and so let's do 10. And people can let their dogs out, give the kids a snack, whatever. So I've got a timer here, and I'm going to go on mute, and then I'm going to start the timer, okay? So I'll see you guys back in a few minutes. All right. We've still got 5 minutes. Nobody panic. I'm just sitting back down again. Hey, no problem, Chempo. No problem at all. No, nobody panic. Don't panic. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy says don't panic. Good advice. Yeah, y'all are beasts for sticking around. Jeepers creepers. Love it. Yeah. I think I am going to try to do a stream on Friday. Just because I really want to cover the Eloquent JavaScript before we get too far, into the additional Eloquent JS chapters. I really want to cover the problems in the first few chapters before we get too far ahead. But I also really want to build Wordle. So if anybody missed it, we're going to be building on Sunday. I really, really, really want to build a version of Wordle, which is the popular word game. If you don't know what it is, Google it. It's everywhere. It's really fun. And it's actually really not that complicated. So, Mohammed, yeah, so I am a developer, but I'm not a JavaScript or front-end developer. I am a SQL developer. So SQL or SQL, structured query language, is what you use when you really want to run some heavy-duty queries against databases. Yeah, database. You're right. Yep. So yeah, I work as a database developer, and that's some folks who've been in coffee chats with me might know this, but I don't have a CS background. I don't have a CS degree. I don't have any kind of formal CS training. I never took a CS class in college. To be honest, due to my upbringing, I grew up thinking that I was not smart enough to code. Not because I had low self-esteem, just because I thought that it was too hard, and that I wasn't some, CS genius. I thought that you had to be have a degree to code. But I just happened to get a job that involved a little bit of SQL, just like a few lines of SQL right out of college. And so of course, when you get a job like that straight out of college, you put everything on your resume, right? Like every single thing, because you have nothing else on your resume. And so just having SQL on my resume led me to other jobs that involve SQL. And so slowly, I started to learn more. Oh, hi, that girl, Victoria. Hey, thanks for following. And so I slowly started to learn more and more about SQL and just how to use it and about how to code. And it just sort of came naturally from there. Hey, Victoria, good to see ya. We're still going, man. We are 3 hours and 36 minutes into this bad boy. Yeah. So if you missed the first part, be sure to catch the VOD. We were having a good time talking through the homework. And we're going to hit up, we haven't even made it to chapter 5 yet. We're going to hit up chapter 5 here after the break. What other programming language do I work with? None. In my day job, so that's partially why I'm doing this cohort, because I've made it this far in my career, knowing only one language and not knowing, just knowing like the practical application of that language. I've only ever learned SQL on the job. And I have not known any other languages because I never had any sort of background in CS. It's just really learned out of necessity, right? And I made it to the senior developer level knowing only one language, which didn't feel right to me. And that is SQL. Yes, correct. I've made it to the senior developer level knowing only SQL and a little bit of VBA and, and Linux commands and stuff like that, but nothing crazy. So that's partially why I'm doing this cohort, is because I feel like I owe it to myself to be more well-rounded, and that getting past that imposter syndrome of feeling like, oh, because I don't have a CS degree, I can't code. Well, anybody can code. Doesn't matter. People always told me that you had to have a high level of math, but no one I knew was a software engineer. Well, yeah, and I think that's a problem a lot of folks that come from certain backgrounds have, is that, you don't know anybody who codes for a living, and so it feels like magic, right? It feels like this thing that put code in and magic comes out of the computer, like crazy web pages and, crazy programs and games. Wizardry, yeah, absolutely. And so I think that's the challenge that folks like me who grow up with nobody around that, let's say, okay, all right. I think that's the problem that folks like me who grew up with nobody around who does computer science, it just feels like magic and something that you can't do. So yeah, you just, it just takes you just got to get into it, right? And literally anyone can code, and that's something that I learned unfortunately fairly late, but I'm glad that some folks in this cohort are learning it sooner than I did, and figuring out that you can code, anybody can. It just takes practice and dedication, like anything else, like Leon always says. And later, yeah. And some folks are learning it, even later than my point in my career and my age. Anybody, any age can learn to do it. I mean, kids are learning to do it nowadays. And so kids, older folks, anybody can, doesn't matter. So inspirational speech over for now. But yeah, I'm happy to answer questions about my background or anything like that, and never feel like you can't ask me something like that. I'm happy to answer. So, yeah, no problem at all. And I love hearing about folks that come from all sorts of different backgrounds, right? We've got folks that, have CS degrees and maybe didn't, move forward with a CS job and are now trying to get back into it. We've got folks with associate's degrees, folks coming from, hardware support, folks coming from completely non-tech jobs, like, service industry and all else. So I've talked to all sorts of people. It's so great. I love it. So anybody from any background can absolutely do this. You just gotta be dedicated, which all you guys are, because you've been on my stream for 3 hours and 40 minutes. So, okay. Well, anyway, let's keep trucking. So in the case of this homework, I went ahead and omitted chapter 4 just because we've already done chapter 4. So if you go back to my first Twitch stream, that's essentially what we covered. We covered chapter 4 of JS Way and went through all those problems. So I'm not going to do them again. Feel free to revisit my past stream if you would like to. So let's move on to chapter 5. And so, yeah, we've got a few problems in here. I think there's only there's 6 problems. Okay, well, we're in it to win it. All right. Yeah, FizzBuzz chapter 4. Yep. So we've already, and Leon did FizzBuzz in class as well. So I'm not going to just rehash that again, because you can go back and see how that's done. And that's such a common problem. You can Google that as well, and see how it's done there as well. So that one's pretty common. So I'm not going to bother with that. And yeah, go back to my first stream if you want to review chapter 4, which is available on my Twitch channel in the pod. Okay, so improved hello. Complete the following program so that it asks the user for their first or last names, then show the result of the say hello function. Okay, so now we're starting to get into a little bit of function work. So this is a fairly simple problem to solve. It's just kind of teaching us about, what's the structure of a function, and then, what do we need to do in order for that function to work properly. So say hello to the user. So we're going to go ahead and just make a function. And the question says that it's going to ask the user for their first and last names. So again, we could have it say, enter your first and last name. But in this case, I'm going to have it prompt twice and then assign those two values to two different variables. So we're going to say function say hello, and we're going to have it pass in first name and last name as two separate arguments. So, and then we're going to essentially assemble those two separate, the first name and the last name. We're going to have that assemble it into an actual string. So into an actual string that makes sense. So I'm going to be a little bit more wordy than we actually have to be, but I'm just, in this case, since it's the, for first function, we're going to be very specific about what we're doing. So I'm going to say, okay, we're taking in first name and last name. We're going to assign those to a new variable called message. And we're going to say hello, first name, oops, capitalization is important, first name and space. So if I put in my own name, it should say hello Claire Borden, last name, and then I'm going to put an exclamation point because I want to be excited about it. All right, so we're going to assign that to a variable, and then we're going to return that variable outside of the function. So when this function is called, it's going to return this string. So hello, first name, last name. So whatever those are, whatever we pass in, it's going to spit out that sentence. Okay, so now we need to actually gather what we're going to pass into our function. So we're going to say let first name equals prompt the user to say enter first name. Now I'm not going to do any kind of checks on here or anything like that. I'm going to assume that what they're putting in is relevant information. So last name, because I mean, people's names can be all sorts of different things, right? They can have dots in them. They can be single letters. You know, they might not have a last name like Cher. So we don't want to really have any controls on this. They could have letters in their, they could have numbers in their name, like Elon Musk's kid, or symbols or whatever, like Prince. So you never know. We don't want to be restrictive in that way. And, you know, like, I was just talking with some folks at work, like sometimes people have last names that can actually be damaging. So like people can have like the last name of Null, and like this, like, they can have a last name like Null. That's a legit last name, and that can do some damage. Let me tell you, if you Google, there's news stories about people with the last name Null absolutely wrecking databases. Because yeah, Null is a valid. It basically means the absence of an entry, right? So, yeah, last name, yeah, good old Bobby Tables, right? Yep. Yeah, exactly. Bobby drop tables. All right. But yeah, anyway, so we're not going to put any controls on this, but you have to think about edge cases like that where a last name could literally be null. You want to make sure if it is null that you are treating it like a string and not like a null value. But yeah, we don't need to worry about that right now. So anyway, we're going to set our first name variable equal to whatever they put in as their first name, last name equal to last name. And essentially now what we want to console log is our function, the output of our function, say hello, where we pass in first name and last name. Yeah. And we could have combined this to say like essentially passing in, this and this, but I'm being very explicit here. So save. And got to comment whatever else up here. Comment this out. Yeah. All right. Now let's run this. Save again and clear console and run. First name, Claire. Last name B, single letter, should still work. Yeah. So that took in the first name and last name, formatted it up all nice, and put it in a nice sentence for our output. So pretty straightforward. This was the chapter that first introduced functions. So they're being, first, this is just basically saying, do you understand how to create the basic structure of a function and then call that function to the console? So not bad. Let's go ahead and go on to the next one. But feel free to, chime in if you have questions on just basically the basic function construction or anything like that. Number squaring. So the next question is complete the following program so that the square 1 and square 2 functions work properly. So what this is doing is it's basically fill in the blanks. So they've started the function for us right here, function square 1, and made it empty. And then down here, we have the arrow function, and we have to complete that one as well. So in this case, we don't have to build the square function from scratch. There's already, as you might expect, there is a built-in function that can do this for us. And there's a couple different ways we could do it too. But I'm going to use the function of math.pow. And essentially what this does is it takes in a number, x, and it puts an exponent on it to whatever power we specify. So in this case, because it is a square, we want to make that power be 2. So essentially what this is going to do is it's basically like x to the second power, right? So exponent 2. So we can use that. But what do we need to do? So if I ran this, I mean, essentially, yeah, I would pass x in and it would square it, right? But what do we need to do to make sure that when we call this, we get a result instead of undefined? Because let's just call it right now. I'm gonna uncomment these console logs. Let's see what we get. And I'm gonna comment out this other function because we haven't done it yet. Okay, let's call it. Oh, holy cannoli! I got an error here because square 2 is not defined. Yeah, sure, we commented that one out. But why did all my square ones? Why did this every time I called square 1? Why did it return undefined? Anybody know? What's the problem? Yep. Yeah, you guys got it. Yep. So what we were missing was that, yeah, it's doing the calculation, but then it's just sitting on it, right? It's not doing anything with it. So when we call the function later on, it's not returning anything. So we need to say, hey, all right, when you're done doing all these calculations, like, give us the result, return that, give it back. So now all we need to do is return that. All right. So, and I'm also, we'll get another error because again, we haven't uncommented square 2, but let's test this. And the only reason I asked that question was because I do that all the time. I forget to say return, and then I get nothing, and I'm like, wait, why is it undefined? And then, oh yeah, I didn't return the result. That's just, I make that mistake all the time. Even like in Code Wars, like I'll be like, why is it undefined? And then, I didn't return it. Everything else was right. All right, so anyway, I'll stop talking. Let's do this. All right, run. Yeah, so now look, we still got our error on square 2 because we've commented that one out, and it doesn't have anything to call, but every time we called square 1, we got exactly the result we expected, right? 0, 4, and 25. And it tells us that is the result that we're supposed to get, 0, 4, and 25. Okay, so cool beans. We are halfway there. Let's do our second function. So this one is called an arrow function, which Leon touched on a little bit, I think, in class yesterday, maybe? Anyway, what an arrow function does is it compresses the function notation down into something that it can be written on one line, essentially, for simple functions. So all it's saying is, hey, for square 2, we're going to pass in x right here. That's going to be our argument that we're going to pass in. And then this arrow essentially just means, hey, take x, and do stuff to it. So do whatever. So in this case, we're going to do exactly the same thing. We don't need to change what we're doing to it. We're just going to say that. Now, for arrow functions, the nice thing about arrow functions in this case is that the return is implied. So it's built in. We don't need to explicitly say return the result. It just will. So that makes it even more compact. So let's run it. Yeah. So now we can see that what we get back is 0, 4, 25, which is correct. And then when we call square 2, we get the exact same thing, but using way fewer words or way fewer letters, way fewer lines. So the function does not have a name. Well, I mean, we're assigning it to the variable of square 2, but essentially, yeah, it doesn't really have, it's basically anonymous, but we're still assigning it to a variable. Yeah, and the intelligence said the same thing. Yeah, it's anonymous, but assigned to a variable, and so we're calling it essentially through that variable. Yeah. Yep. Exactly. And let's see where. Forget. I'm trying to remember which. Maybe it was Eloquent JavaScript that actually had the best breakdown of the differences between the different types of function notation. Maybe it was Eloquent JavaScript. I just read it and I was like, ooh, that really makes a lot of sense. And now I can't remember where the source was. I think maybe it was Eloquent JS. But anyway, the more you read about this stuff, the more you'll pick up the differences. And to be honest, when I'm writing functions, a lot of times I'll start with this notation that's really, takes a little longer to write, but it's also more clear. And then I'll say, okay, I could probably condense this down, and then I'll rewrite it using the shortened notation. Kind of same for the ternary operators. Yeah. So no harm in writing something a long way first, and then thinking, hey, I can make this shorter, and rewriting it this way. And then that also helps you to make sure that you get the same result, right? So we expect that if we're performing the same operation, we should get the same result no matter what type of notation that we use. Yeah. Okay, so when it's done, so we're done with that, we did it. When it's done, update the program so that it shows the square of every number between 0 and 10. Writing 10 dumb calls to square, so that means writing just 10 separate calls. Writing 10 dumb calls to square is forbidden. You know how to repeat statements, don't you? Yes, we do. Yes, so the question writer values our intelligence and knows that we know how to do loops. Yeah. So let's rewrite this, and I'm going to use regular notation. So I'm just going to say we're just going to call it square 1 like we did before. And this time, what's a potential way that we could loop between 0 and 10? We could have 10, essentially. Yeah, for loop. Yep. That's one way we could do it. Absolutely. Yeah, for. Yep. Yeah. Yep. And aside from for, what's another potential way we could do it? Four is absolutely a good answer. Yep. So while yeah. So in this case, Mohammed, we would not use do while. If we were to use while, we would just use a regular straightforward while loop, because there's nothing that we need to do first. Everything we want to do, we can do within a regular while loop. We don't need the do clause in front of it. So actually, in intelligence, you're going to laugh at me, but for my version, I actually used a while loop just because I think it's fun to practice both. But we'll use a for loop so we don't lock ourselves out here. I'm going to save first too, just in case. Before I do loops, it's good. It's a good idea to save. All right, so we'll do for let I, and specifically it says looping between 0 and 10. So we're going to set I equals 0, and then we're going to say well, it's not, okay, let's do it with a for loop first, and then we'll do it with a while loop, and we'll show how we can do either one. So it doesn't even need to be that complicated. All right, so let I equal 0, and then it's going to be we say I less than or equal to 10, and then we're going to increment I for each loop, right? So pretty classic standard syntax, nothing weird there. for that, then inside of that, we're essentially just going to say the same thing that we did before, right? We're going to say, except in this case, so we're going to perform the same operation, right? But instead of return, I really can't use return here, right? Because let's think about what would happen if I did. So, well, let's do it actually. So we'll say return like we did before, and then we also let's see. That's really all we need. Making sure I've got everything here. Yep. And so let's do that. We'll return that, and then we'll console. Well, let's see. Yeah, console log square one, and we'll pass in 0 because we want to start it. We want to start at 0. Yeah, square 1 0. We'll pass in 0, and then it should loop. And we would expect what we want to get is essentially the square of all the numbers between 0 and 10. So let's see what we get. And I'm going to comment out this other stuff up here. Okay. Run this. And I'm going to save. Okay. Oh. What happened there? It should have done the loop. I mean, the loop is right? But all it returned was 0. Huh. Interesting. Have any idea why that might be? Anybody know? This is kind of a tough question. It still did the loop. Yeah, we passed 0. That's true. Let's console log something else. Let's log 2. I think this is potentially this could take our loop higher than it. Well, no, it should just return like fewer rows, right? It should just go from 2 to well, no, it's still gonna. Never mind. Let's just run it. Oh, this time it just returned 4. So it's stopping, right? We're passing in. We passed in 2. And it returned 4. Well, so essentially, yeah. So the our loop is okay here. There's nothing wrong with our loop. It's still doing the loop, but what it's doing is the first value it gets, the first result it gets here. The first result it gets is it is returning that, and then stop, and then the rest of the loop is running. But it already did the return. Yeah. So it's saying, all right, I got a result, I'm returning, and then it's going to do the loop, and it's done. It returned the value. It's console logged. As soon as we got that return, we console logged it, and then nothing else happens. So the return came back. The console log said, oh, cool, I have something to console log, and then it logged 4. The rest of the loop kept running, but the console log is done. So, yeah. So we need to rethink about when and how we're actually logging the results, because we want to see all the results. We don't want to just see the first results. So what we need to do is we actually need to move this console log inside of our loop so that for each time this runs, it's console logging that. And actually you're right. Yeah. So it actually is stopping the loop. You're right. Because the return is basically just saying, all right, we're done. We got the result. We're done. Yeah. So that's a good point. But yeah, either way, the return cannot be inside the loop. It needs to be. So essentially we have, we want the action to be performed, X number of times or between I and whatever. And actually too, we can say, we can replace, I think what some of you are saying is replace the I with X. Yeah, that's true. It's because we only want it to go up to 10 and we want it to stop there. So yeah, let's pass in 2 again. Let's just see what that does. All right, so we should get 4 all the way up through 100, right? Clear console. Run. Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay, but it looks like we still got 0 and 1. So let's see why we got that. Well, so we got 4. So the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, so all these still doing, it's performing the correct operation. Maybe I didn't clear the console. Let's try it again. Oh, but I said let x equal 0. That's why. Yep. That's what I did. So, I wonder what I need to say here. Let's see. X equals 0. Now, it's because I'm reassigning x here. So we pass in 2, but then I immediately reassign it accidentally. So I wonder if I just do this. I don't know if it'll let me do that. It's probably not enough arguments. I'm just curious. Yeah, no, it doesn't like that. I don't know. I'll just try this. Let x equals x. I don't know. I'm just playing around now. Connect x is x before initialization. Interesting. Yeah, okay. Doesn't like that either. Let I, okay, let's do this. Let I equals x. I plus plus. Let's do this. Sorry if I'm going fast. Well, once I get this working, then we'll stop. Oh. Let I equals x. Interesting. Change, yeah, change x to I before, yeah, I figured that's what you were saying, but I just wanted to try it and see if it would work. Yeah. But anyway, we're doing more than what the question asked anyway. What the question the only thing the question asked was really just put in, it just wants 0 and 10. It doesn't want really any dynamic values passed in. So this would work here. If we just say I is 0, I less than 10, I plus plus, then this will get us what we want. Or not. Mm-hmm. Not including. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So Rascal, I tried that, but I didn't put the semicolon. Yeah, that's what I missed. That's why I didn't like it, because I didn't put the semicolon. I'm always forgetting semicolons. Okay. Well, now what am I missing here? So why is it not counting up? So it should count console log. Oh, but I'm not incrementing x. Ugh. Okay, yep, that's why. Yep. So really, yeah, I and x. Yep, I really made it more complicated. Yep. There we go. Now we got it. Can you tell it's almost midnight? My brain stopped working. All right, there we go. So we got it. This is a little bit more complicated than it needed to be. Yep, you're right, Mohammed. Yes, because we didn't increment x, we didn't print that out. So yeah. And two, this doesn't even really need to pass in any arguments at all, right? We could just have it use I the whole time. If we didn't need to pass, we could probably do this without arguments. Just say don't pass in anything. Log this. It's already incrementing I. I think this will work. And we'll run that. Clear first. Yeah, so that worked. So we don't need to pass. Yeah. Thanks, Rascal. Yeah, always good to know how to create infinite loops. Yeah, but anyway, so we don't even need to pass in any arguments to this function at all, right? We're already looping through I. We're already looping I from 0 to 10. So we just include I here instead of x, and it'll do exactly what we want. Yeah. I and X, yeah. Um, yeah, and so I think that's what I'm trying to say. Um, is in this case, what the question is specifically asking is that all they want to see is the square of every number between 0 and 10. They're not asking for user input at all. We don't need to pass anything into this function. So all we can say is just, well, we're looping through I anyway, so just log the power of I and you get it. Yeah. Okay, real quick, I'm not even gonna type this out. I'm just gonna show how I did it with a while loop, just to illustrate from my notes. Yep. Yeah, so here's how you could do it with a while loop as well, and you get the same result. So I'll comment this out and I'll just run it to show you. So here we are passing in an argument of x. While x is less than or equal to 10, then do the thing, and then increment x by 1. So similar to what we did, just using a while loop. And this would allow for, passing in something different, but I'm passing in 0 anyway, so that'll work. Same result. Ta-da. So just another option. I'll leave this in the code pen. Why you pass? You don't need to. This just gives, if I pass in 1, this just allows for user input. I just did it for fun. You don't need to. Yeah. So in this case, now when we get the result back, there's no 0 because we passed in 1. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so next one is the minimum of 2 numbers. So let's pretend that the JavaScript math.min, so a built-in function, the min function doesn't exist. Complete the following program so that the min function returns the minimum of 2 received numbers. And again, I accidentally deleted the, I really think it was just like, console log, some console logs. Anyway, we're smart. We can write it out. So essentially just gave some potential test cases and what they should say. So console log min 4.5 to 5 should show 4.5. Yeah. So just enters in 2 numbers, return the minimum, right? So we should be able to figure that out. And I think also too, it said something like, so it was like it had to be an arrow function or something like that. I don't have the original with me here in my notes, but let's do an arrow function just anyway because we can. So we're going to do an arrow function. So essentially what we're doing is, as somebody said earlier, we are declaring an anonymous function, right? But we're assigning it to a constant. Okay, so our anonymous function is going to pass in num1 and num2 and then perform operations on those 2 items that we are passing in. Okay, so based on our test cases here, what are the conditions under which we might want to return num1? So if this is num1 and this is num2, what are the cases in which we might want to return num1? Yep. Minus. Yep. Or sorry, less than. Yep. And yep, num1 less than 1, 2. So in the case, what the problem is asking for is it says, if I put in 2 numbers, I want it to only return the minimum of the 2 received numbers, right? So if I get num1 returned out of this function, it better be the smaller of the 2, right? So silence by, and intelligence, you got it. So you essentially say, if I want num1 to come back out of this function only if num1 is less than num2. Yeah. Yeah. And also, I mean, this is open to sort of interpretation, but look at the third test case here. So console log min 1 and 1. So it still wants something to come back. So you could have it return either num1 or num2, but we're going to have to specify. So just logically, I'm going to say it should return num1 if the two numbers are equal. So if I put in 1 and 1, I'm going to have it spit back num1 at me because it doesn't really matter. So we're going to say if num1, like you guys said, if num1 less than num2, yes, or num1 is, strict equal to num2. Okay. And then in that case, I'm going to have it return num1. Now, let's think about what the else is then. So in this case, we're saying that if it fails this condition, if it fails this truth condition, then num1 must be greater than num2, and it can't be equal to num2, right? So in all other cases, we want to return num2. That's the only other thing that could possibly happen, because we've eliminated, by in this if statement here, we have eliminated all other possible cases other than num1 being greater than num2. And so since we want to return the minimum, we're going to return num2. So intelligence, you're technically right. So, well, but not quite, because that less than or equal operator, you got to be careful with that, because we already determined what happens if num1 and num2 are equal. So we've already taken care of that case. So essentially, we've covered all the possible cases. Oh, in the first if. Yeah, we can say that. Yeah. We could say less than or num1 less than or equal to num2. Yeah. So using the or makes it really explicit, but yeah, you could do that. And you could say less than or equal to. Yes, exactly. Return num1. In all other cases, return num2. So let's run our test cases. I'm going to get rid of these console logs. So this should just run all 3 test cases and see what we get. Yeah, look at that. All right, we get 4.5, we get 9, we get 1, and those are correct. Yep. Yeah, dry code, first try. Yep. Yeah. Good thing to bring up. We were able to consolidate here in a way that both made sense and also makes it a little easier to read, right? So, yep, that's an example of some really good consolidation there. Yeah, so essentially this is a pretty simple operation. We're just passing in saying if num1 less than or equal to num2, return num1. In any other case, num2 is going to be the minimum. So the only possible other result is to return num2. Yeah. Any questions there? Okay. Cool beans. Nope. Okay, good. All right, so the next one is a little bit of a blast from the past. My more loyal viewers might recall that I built a calculator in one of my early streams. We built a pretty nifty little calculator that would display the equation and then execute that equation and basically display the output then like in an old-fashioned looking calculator on your screen within the DOM. Well, now we're going to do the same calculations. It's going full circle. Yeah, Rascal. Yeah, we are. We're going full circle. So yeah, now we're going to do similar calculations in the DOM. with a little bit more knowledge, we can refine things a little bit. And, you know, maybe be a little cleaner in how we write things. I think when I did it the first time, I used ifs, you know, ifs and else ifs. But I think this time we're going to see if we can do it using a switch statement, because I think that'll be you know, shorter and cleaner than using all those ifs and else. And also, I'm sure there's a ton of other different ways to do it too. Calculators are a pretty common project. So, you know, if you find a better way, that's, you know, yeah, feel free to do that too. The interesting thing is that, so let's go over what it's asking for here first. So complete the following program so that it offers the 4 basic arithmetical operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. You can use either a function declaration or a function expression. So, and now let's look at what it's passing in, right? So it's passing in 3 values here. So calculate a number. So I'm going to take let's take this off. So it's passing in a number for a string for plus, right? So not the operator, but a string, which is interesting. And then a number of 6. Okay. So since we got to keep in mind that since we're passing in a string, that's not going to necessarily work in the way we expect if we want to perform operations. So let's start by just declaring our function, right? So function. We got to call the function calculate because that's what's being called. So function calculate, and it's passing in num1. We're just going to call the plus, minus, multiplication, divide. We're going to just call those oper for operator, and then num2. Okay. And in this case, I am choosing to use a switch statement because essentially, how do we determine what mathematical operation to perform, right? It doesn't matter what numbers are passed in. What's the only thing that we care about? What thing tells us what is going to happen to those numbers that get passed in? What's the only thing we really care about that's going to tell us what case to use? Yeah, the operator. Yeah. You guys got it. The operator dictates what's happened. So that's the only thing we care about, right? Ooh, there's a bleepy sound. I don't know what that was. I'm still getting used to all the Twitch noises, and I will try to turn the notifications down too. Somebody asked for that earlier, and I will figure out how to do that. I just don't know how to do it on the fly. But for next stream, they'll be quieter. And okay, so yep, everybody's right. The operator dictates what should happen. So we can use the operator as the sort of driver of our switch statement. Switch oper. So that's what we're passing into our switch statement. And then just basically we can just say case when it's plus. We're going to return num1 plus num2. And I'm sure someone very clever will also have a way to convert those strings back into viable operators. And maybe JavaScript just does it naturally. But I wanted to practice switch statements, so here we are. And then the next case is just going to be case minus. So what we're doing there is we're sort of ingesting the string, and then we're spitting out the actual mathematical operation that we want to happen. So return num1 minus num2. And again, we have to say break after each one because we're done evaluating and we want the case statement to stop. We don't want it to keep going. And then case, I think I spaced one, there we go, case. And we're going to say multiplication. If the operator is multiply, then do this. Num1 times num2, break. And the last case is going to be divide. So take care of that, and then return num1 divided by num2, and the final break. Yeah. And we don't need a default statement. We put a default statement in our last switch statement, but technically it's not required. If it didn't meet any of these criteria, the switch statement would just hit the end and be done. It wouldn't return anything. So we don't, default statement is optional, not required. All right, so I went kind of fast through that, but I hope if you just follow your eyes down it, we're basically just saying taking the operator, which is essentially just this middle value here, and do a strict comparison. Remember, strict comparison is what switch statement does. So we had to make sure these were strings. So compare plus to plus, and if that matches, then return num1 plus num2 and break. So we're going to console log, we're going to call the function, and we're going to pass in some values, and then we'll see if what we get is the correct answer. Also, too, I think it's interesting, one of the test statements here is 12 divided by 0 must show infinity. So let's see what we get. Hey. Okay, and I forgot to comment out my previous function, too, because I always forget to comment out my previous function. There. All right, let's run it one more time. Yeah. Okay, so we got 10, we got -2, we got 0, and we got infinity. So dividing by 0, JavaScript treats infinity as a potential answer. But I think inelegant JavaScript described it as sort of being like, yeah, don't try to use infinity for any sort of mathematical operation because it's not going to be accurate or useful. So, yeah, in this case, divide by 0 results in infinity. JavaScript is pretty bad at math. Yeah, it really is. It's very lenient, which is not always a good thing. Yeah. Yep. So essentially, instead of having a giant if statement, where we check the operator, and then we, perform the operation, do an else if in each case. In this case, we're always comparing the same thing, right? We're taking an operator and we're not doing any greater thans or less than. We're just doing strict comparison. And so in this case, that's what switch statements are good for, is doing strict comparisons, and that's what we're doing. So this works. This is a pretty good solution. I'm sure there's somebody out there that can do it in one line, but I want to practice switch statements, so that's what we're doing for this one. But let me know if anybody in the audience manages to streamline the calculator down to like 1 or 2 lines, hit me up. The operator would always have to be string, right? Curious if a parameter would ever be an operator without strings. Well, I think, yeah, since we're, in this case, we're not passing in a prompt. So in this case, we're allowed to pass in numbers, right? Yeah, I wonder if this could just be a plus without being a string. I don't know. Good question. I don't know. Yeah, Rascal, and that one-line calculator is probably somebody's answer in Code Wars. Yes, you're exactly right. I'm sure I'll probably see it as I'm doing more of those. Yep. Yeah, but I don't know the answer to that as far as if you could just pass in like a plus sign, I don't know. I feel like that would not be good. Does JS have a dictionary or map data structure? And here, here I'm showing my lack of actual CS education because I don't even know what that means. So, no clue. I know those words, but I don't know what they mean in this context. Yeah, and the plus sign in JavaScript can do a lot of things, right? It has a lot of concatenation, mathematical operation, converting to number. So I feel like just passing in a plus sign might do some undesirable things. Rascal, thanks for answering that. Saved my bacon there. Yes, objects, so yes it does. Cool. Okay, let's cruise on to the next question. So this is the last question prior to eloquent JavaScript. So where I'm sitting right now, probably by the time we're done with this, it's going to be 12:30 a.m. So I'm probably going to, for my own sanity, since I've got work tomorrow, I'm going to probably need to end the stream. But I think what I'm going to do is going to try to aim for streaming on Friday evening sometime, just to get through the eloquent JavaScript. And then on Sunday, we'll do Wordle. And again, all these streams are recorded. They'll be on my Twitch. So if you can't make it live, there's no biggie. You just catch the recorded stream on Twitch. Oh, Rascal. Yeah. Rascal coming in clutch with the one-liner. Very nice. Oh boy. Oh, Florence, hey, it's no problem. I mean, this is how I've set up my schedule. I've set it up on days that it works for me, right? If I wasn't, I always tell people, like, if I wasn't enjoying this, I wouldn't be doing it. I wouldn't force myself to do something I wasn't enjoying. And, I'm not making any money off of this. Like, I'm not getting any Twitch revenue or anything like that. I'm just doing it because it's fun. So, and it helps me learn, because I learn from you guys for the stuff that you guys help fill in the gaps of stuff that I don't know or stuff I get wrong. So what's my YouTube channel? I don't currently post these to my YouTube. I probably will once I start pulling them off of Twitch and putting them. Right now, previously to that, other people, other very kind people, including Rascal 2 and Miss Mar, had been recording my videos for me and doing the editing and posting them to their channels. But like I say, I'll probably do my own posting. I'll pull the videos off of Twitch and put them on my own channels. You'll be able to find them. You can find all my past videos that aren't on Twitch in pinned threads that are in both House Hamilton and Women in Tech. House Hamilton, probably accessible to the most people. Just go to the top of the channel, click on the hashtag icon, and look for a thread called Mayan Wolf Streams. You'll see all my old streams there in YouTube form. And then, and again, all my Twitch streams are, my one previous Twitch stream is on my Twitch channel, and this one will be too. But yeah. Okay, so yeah, and Rascal, I will try your one-line calculator. Definitely. I knew you'd come through clutch. All right. First try. Yeah. Okay, so let's do the last question. We're almost there. Alrighty. Yeah, no problem. And two, I will add the Friday stream where we're going to do eloquent JavaScript. I'm going to add that to my Twitch schedule. So if you look at my Twitch schedule, probably tomorrow, you'll see that on there. And I will post on Twitter what time I plan to do that. So follow me on Twitter if you're not already at Mayan Wolf. That's where I post announcements about my streams, reminders, what we'll be talking about, that sort of thing. Follow me on Twitter, and follow me on Twitch, and you should get enough notifications. So yeah. Okay. Last question. Let's go. All right. Okay. Circumference and area of a circle. All right. So we are back to our old friend elementary school math. Let's roll. Write a program containing two functions to calculate the circumference and area of a circle defined by its radius. Test it using user input. Okay. So it gives us some helpful tips to solve this. So circumference and area calculation formulas should be a part of your secondary school memories or a Google click away. Yeah. So we'll talk about that in a second. But they give us the value of number pi, how to get to that. So we can say math.pi to get pi. And then we can also use the exponentiation operator to perform computation. So earlier we did, math, we used a math dot function in order to do exponents. We did math.pow, but you can also use this double wildcard here to do exponents as well. Yeah. So, multiple types of ways to notate things. If math.pow makes more sense, you can use that. Or if this double wildcard makes more sense, you can use that as well. Math.py in JavaScript probably just uses 3. Oh man. Yeah. Intelligence throwing shade over here about JavaScript's inability to do good math. Yeah. Oh, and I'm going to sneeze here in a second. I apologize. Oh, I thought I had to sneeze earlier too, and it didn't come. Dang it, man. Got the phantom sneezes tonight. All right. Anyway, so let's remind ourselves of how to do these calculations. All right. So the circumference of a circle is going to be, so let's see, let's just do circ, just quick notation here, comment this out. Circ is 2 pi r. So pi is pi, obviously, where r and r is radius. And area is pi r squared. Okay? So keep that in mind, and then we can figure out how to put this into an actual function. Okay. So let's go ahead and define a couple of functions that are, well, let's be clean here, and we'll define 2 functions, one for each that is going to do our actual calculation. Now, the actual calculation that we're doing is pretty short, right? Like, it's a very simple, very small calculation. So we're going to do this using the arrow function notation, because it's going to be real short and we can do it on one line, right? So we're just going to say const circ, because I can't spell circumference, so this is what you're going to get. And then we're going to pass in radius. Const circ, oh, sorry, that's wrong. Const circ equals, what we're passing in is the radius, right? And then the operation we're performing on that radius. So we pass in radius, and then we perform the operation on it. So we're going to say 2 times math.pi, because that's what they told us to use in order to get pi, math.pi times radius. So essentially we've just replicated this equation, right? We've said 2 times math.pi times radius should give us the circumference of a circle. Okay, so now let's do the area. Const area. We're passing in radius, that's all we need. And then we're going to perform our operation on it. Okay, so can anybody tell me what that operation is going to be? So again, here's our equation, pi times r squared, and they gave us some notation we could potentially use to do exponents, right? To do that squared. So what's that going to look like? Anybody know? We have all the notation we need. We just need to figure out how to put it in the right order. Yeah. Yeah, I got some. Okay, yes. Yeah. It is super late, but you guys' brains are still working. Good deal. Yeah. Yep, very nice. Yeah, okay, so we're going to essentially just say math.pi, right? Math.pi, and we're going to then multiply that. Now, we've got to be careful here. Essentially, the order of operations is going to protect us. It's going to do things in the right order because exponents are going to go first, right? But still, I like to put parentheses around these types of things just to make sure that everything's going to happen in the way we expect, right? Without having to keep track of the order of operations, let's just put it in parentheses. So I'm going to say radius, double wildcard squared, right? So radius squared times math.pi. Yeah. So cool. And then we're essentially just going to say, so we haven't, we're calling radius here, but we don't have anything, we haven't essentially declared it yet. So we're going to say let radius prompt. And again, I'm going to use my little shorthand notation here I know that whatever they put in here for the radius, it needs to be a number. We're going to be doing a bunch of operations against it. I just want to convert it from a string to a number so that JavaScript is not going to have to do any sort of guessing, right? Yeah, so we're just going to say, do the number conversion, prompt, what is the radius of the circle? Okay. So that's going to get that in there. It's going to put it into a number. And then essentially we just want to then return whatever the circumference and area are going to be. So I got a little extra with this. I'm just going to copy and paste the statement that I used. Sometimes, it's fun to be extra. So I essentially said console log, the area of a circle with radius whatever is, call the function, get the area. So the area of the circle with radius is whatever the area is, and the circumference is calling our circumference function with passing in the radius, right? So let's run this, see what we get. And two, what's neat is that using this particular notation, so using the tick, this tick notation, I'm calling this function directly within my output statement, right? So I didn't need to call it out here and then put this into it. I'm calling it right in the output, and it still comes back. Yeah. So just, it's just fun to try stuff like that. Probably not best practice, but who cares? All right. Let's do, I don't know. Somebody's gonna have to check me here and make sure this returns the right thing, but let's do just 6. You're not using any 6 inches or centimeters or whatever, just 6. Okay, and I forgot to come out of my previous function, so ignore that. Yeah, I should have passed in 1, you're right. The area of a circle with radius 6 is that, and the circumference is that. Big old numbers. Let's pass in 1. Clear this. Nobody probably had time to even check that. Let's comment this out. Oops. Here we go. And then let's run it again. Pass in 1. Yeah. Yeah, so that looks right? Because area of a circle with a radius 1 is essentially pi. Because 1 squared is 1 times pi is pi, right? And the circumference is 2 times pi times the radius. If our radius is 1, it's just 2 times pi. So 3.14 times 2 is 6.28. So, well, hey. So it looks like it's working. Cool beans. Yeah. I'm sure, we could probably chop these decimals off a little bit to make them a little bit more palatable, but can't be bothered. They didn't ask us to, so we're not going to. Give the user what they ask for, right? That always works. Users always know exactly what they want. Yeah. Anybody who's worked with customers will know that's not true. But yeah, so essentially what this has given us is exactly what they asked for. Yeah. Okay, so any questions on this one? Y'all are, I'm surprised. Y'all are more awake than I thought you might be, coming right back with those functions and all that. That was really good. Awesome. Y'all are hanging on. I'm proud of you. Still got 20 people on the stream. Hot dang. It's awesome. Okay, well, I think we're gonna, oh good, I'm glad it was helpful for you, Florence. Yeah, it's understandable. Yeah, the questions seem so tough, and that's true. They do seem tough, right? You first read them, you're like, what am I even supposed to get out of this, right? But, it's just like Rascal and Ryan were saying earlier, is that you just got to learn how to think through it, think logically, split it up into little parts, think about how you can apply what you already know to maybe at least chip away at it, even if you can't solve it. Maybe try something to start, see if you can get kind of close, and then try adding parts to refine your answer until you get the right answer. Deciphering questions is half the battle. Yes. And wait till we get to eloquent JavaScript, because it gives you even less context clues, which is kind of fun. It gives you a general idea of what it's asking for, and then you got to figure out how to do it. All right, awesome, Silent. Yeah. Hey, no worries, Victoria. Yeah. That's why we're doing these. Just pick up what you can, and try to apply it going forward. Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Any last questions? Like I say, we'll plan on a Friday stream to get to the eloquent JavaScript. And that's from essentially, it'll be chapter 2 and 3 from eloquent JavaScript. There's a few questions at the end of each. And they're pretty fun questions. So I'm excited to get to it. And also too, if we can get through those questions on Friday, one of the questions actually is really pivotal, has a concept that's really pivotal to our Wordle game. So it's actually really cool that we're doing it in this order. So one of the eloquent JavaScript questions will be like basically directly applied to our Wordle game. So if we can solve the eloquent JavaScript, then we know what we need to do for Wordle. So it's going to be perfect. I didn't plan that. It just kind of happened. So hooray. Okay, cool. Well, I'll assume no more questions. But I had a great evening with you folks, and we made it 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. So feel free to come back and, watch the VOD later, and feel free to send me a message on Discord if you have any other questions you want to ask. Alrighty. Have a great night, everybody. Get some sleep. Talk to you soon.